Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first council meeting of 2025. Glad to see you here. We have a number of councillors around the table, councillors that are joining us online. We'll start online. We have Councillor Nan, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Kassar, Councillor Francis, Councillor Wang, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Beattie, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Clark, and Councillor Maureen Wilson. Councillor Clark, thank you for adjusting your name tag so I can see you. Oh my goodness. Well, welcome everyone. Welcome members of the media, the public, our staff. We'll get right to it. Clerk Trenham, can you please confirm that quorum is in fact present?
Mayor Horvath, quorum is present.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Good morning. As I said, we have a quorum this morning, and I'd like to call the meeting of City Council to order and ask folks to please, if able, stand for the national anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. The City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, North America, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbours, partners, and caretakers. Members are reminded that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings. And we are going to start with the approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Kassar. Are there any amendments to the agenda? Councillor Jackson.
Mayor Horvath, good morning. I just want to know when we're going to have a discussion about the new procedures for council meetings, speaking, times, things like that. I didn't want to approve the agenda, and then I'd be told, Tom, it was too late. You should have done it at the time of the approval. So just through you, please, Mayor.
Appreciate that. I'll go to the clerk. I know he's prepared to have that question asked.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor. I know Councillor Jackson had a specific question with regards to speaking time, so I'll just address that first. So at council meetings, in the current procedural bylaw as amended, speaking time is once per item. I'll just explain what that means. So when, say, the set of minutes have been moved, if you wanted to speak to 3 different pieces or matters within those minutes, each of those is one speaking time. So you can speak to each item individually. If somebody moves an amendment and you've already spoken to the item, you can still speak to the amendment because it's now considered a different item, but it's one time per item. What I will advise is that in terms of additional time, it is really up to the person chairing the meeting to allow leniency or additional information. It's really dependent on the discussion and how things are going. I can speak to what the procedural bylaw says, but it really is up to the individual chairing the meeting to make those individual calls. If you do wish to speak a second time on an item, the bylaw does allow that with just a quick motion from council. It's procedural, so it would be by a show of hands. I can also address, and we were going to do it before the minutes, but I can do it right now if the mayor would like, just sort of how we deal with the minutes, because it's a little bit different than when we had reports.
Please do. We might as well continue on the procedural pieces.
So with the minutes get moved on, and the motion is that the minutes be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Once that's on the floor, you can speak to any item in those minutes, any of the individual recommendations without lifting anything. If you want a separate vote on something, or you would like to amend something, it's just a request to lift it. Once it's been lifted, that's now the item that we're dealing with, and all questions or debate are on that particular item. Eventually, we then hold a separate vote at the end of any debate or discussion or amendments, and then we move on to the balance of those minutes, at which point, again, another item could be lifted, and we would then deal with that item. Is that?
Yes,
Do I still have the floor, Mayor?
Sure, you
Please?
can.
Thank you, City Clerk Trenum. So thank you for all the explanations. I was confused when I went through my agenda last few days, Mayor, regarding they're no longer technically reports from standing committees. They're minutes that are before us, but we can still deal with them as we have it, as if they were reports, that if I want a separate vote on a particular item in those minutes from that committee, I can still ask for that. Correct, City Clerk Trenum?
Yep. So through you, Mayor, that's right. You just say I'd like to deal with item 7.2 separately, and then we deal with that item.
Perfect. Now, back to the speaking time, Mayor, which you know is a bit of a bugbear for me. All right, so you realize now there's the conundrum. Before, and as you know, these first 2 years of this term of council, and I'm very, very respectful, different deputy mayors have ruled differently in terms of speaking times. Everyone knows how I do it. I allot that 5 minutes entirely for my colleague without allotting any staff input or citizen delegate input towards that 5 minutes. Other deputy mayors have ruled differently, and I respect that. Here's my new conundrum. With the new rule, I could ask a question in 1 minute, staff could give me an answer that's required 4 minutes, a deputy mayor, and it's happened this term, could say, Councillor, that's your 5 minutes. I've got to now beg and plead to get back on a second time under the new procedure. The clerk just said, Councillor, you'd have to ask for a vote and the acknowledgement and concurrence of your colleagues to get on a second time. I really think that's problematic, Mayor Horvath, and I just hope that collectively we could just amend that, alter that, and just go back to the way that, Mayor Horvath, my time's up. Could I please go on a second time without having to beg and plead my colleagues that I need their vote and support to get on? Anyways, if I'm alone on that, so be it, but I just think it's a conversation worth having with the new procedures starting in a new year. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. I don't know if the clerk had anything further to add.
I'll just add, Mayor, that I think we'll see how this meeting goes, and certainly there may be items that require some additional debate, and we'll leave it up to council and, of course, the mayor to make the decisions as whether or not we're going to set aside those rules to allow an additional extra time. If it is an issue, again, council can always revisit it, and we can amend to make it work for what is best for council.
And if I just may, City Clerk Trenum, if I just may conclude, Mayor.
5 minutes is up, Councillor Jackson. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding.
Sure.
Please go
The
ahead.
first victim of the new procedural bylaw for 25. Why not? Okay, I walked into that one. Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Just to conclude, my colleagues might whisper and go, Tom, the mayor is chairing the council meetings. She's usually very lenient, helpful, wants to allow members to get their full statements out, but she often will pass the chair to a deputy mayor. She may be absent for the meeting. And again, whoever that deputy mayor might be, we've seen the variance in the first 2 years of how to rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Yeah, thanks for raising it. I think we discussed this at governance and in some detail, and so if it needs to come back to governance, I guess it could. But my question was more specific to a little wrinkle that we talked about last year that I thought is worth mentioning publicly about the minutes. So my understanding now is that if I'm in a standing committee and I vote on an item, and I vote in the minority on that item, whether in the affirmative or negative, but I'm in the minority on the item. When it comes to council, we come to ratify those minutes. We say we approve the recommendations therein. I vote in favor of that. Regardless of my vote, I'm just affirming my vote from the previous time I made it. I don't have to then, every time I'm in a minority position, have to raise the item again and then say, I'd like to make sure I do this to affirm my vote. This is something I want to just get some clarity on because I think it's a bit of a sticking point. Because in the past, if you look at council meetings from 10 years ago, they did the old-fashioned item number 1, carried, item number 2, carried, so that every single item was actually addressed and carried or not carried. Whereas now we don't do that anymore, so there's that gap in the process, which makes it kind of confusing. So if you could clarify that, I'd really appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Clerk Trenum, please.
So through you, Mayor, I agree that there's some nuance to the understanding of that, but ultimately what happens at committee is debate, discussion, and whether or not to recommend an action to council. It is council's vote that counts and that is making that movement. So while you may vote, while there may be a no vote at a committee meeting, once you're at council, you're voting on what is before you. So you're approving those particular recommendations. So if you as an individual wanted to vote no on a particular item and you were both at committee and council, I would suggest you would vote no at both. It's not reaffirming a vote that you had held previously. It's at council that we're making the decision. So that is the vote that sort of happens. Now, I've seen it a number of different ways where individuals vote yes because that seems to be the will of committee and of council, so a vote may change, but ultimately it's council's vote that is what makes the decision.
Thank you. Councillor Kretsch?
Isn't quite my question. Maybe I'll ask it a little bit differently. And I think it's going to be the same answer, but I want to make sure because I've always voted to affirm my previous vote. That's how I've always voted here. I've never lifted something to re-vote on it again as a no or yes if I was in the minority. The problem is sometimes you come to a report like at ENCS and we say, okay, we're going to pass the whole thing, right? So I'm voting on the whole report. In my mind, that means I'm affirming the vote I had made at ENCS. If you're saying no, and I've got to raise every individual item that I had a minority vote on, no problem. But that's my question is, do I have to raise each individual item upon which there was a minority vote and then vote again on it here? And if so, happy to do that, and I'll do it every time, but it's just going to add time to our meetings because I want to make sure my vote is on the record.
Thanks. Clerk Trenum?
My advice to that would simply be if you want your vote recorded as no at council, yes, I would just suggest you lift the item for a no vote. If, however, you're voting for the minutes as a whole and you don't want to lift the item because it's passing either way, you may just vote to receive the minutes and approve the recommendations therein. But if an individual wanted to record a no vote on that item, yes, you would lift it, and yes, you would vote for it no at council.
Thanks. I'll do so going forward and just, flagging for the public that that's not what I've been doing in the past because we haven't had this discussion and I frankly didn't know. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question. Pursuant to Councillor Jackson's inquiries, if you're not on a standing committee and you're at council, frequently you feel compelled to ask questions about what the item was at the standing committee. Am I to understand that the asking of the questions and then the subsequent comments, they all now need to be melded into one 5-minute box? Or can you ask questions and then after others provide your comments as to the way you're going to vote?
Clerk Trenum?
So just to clarify through you, Mayor, the question is you can use your 5 minutes and then make a comment. Was that the question?
Well, just take any item in the agenda, 9.1. I wasn't at the committee that made the recommendation to 9.1. I have questions of staff. Once I get the answers to staff, then I should have the opportunity to provide my comments as to what my vote is going to be. But I don't think we can do that now, and that's the challenge. Or you got to really truncate everything into one. And the challenge is when we are asking questions of staff, rarely do they say, yes, councillor, or no, councillor. They give a comprehensive response, and that's what we want, but it most certainly takes away time from the person who is asking the questions. Just clarification.
So, Mayor, the procedural bylaw is not specific as to what the 5 minutes means. What I will advise is that it says you have 5 minutes speaking time. I'd say that's up for interpretation, and I think given the discussion around the table already, it's more than worthwhile having these discussions again at the Governance Committee the next time we schedule it.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much, Councillor Clark. I don't see anybody else. So let me just say this, if I may. Well, let's roll through this meeting. We'll try to do our best in terms of, keeping to some timelines. Staff will do their best. I'm going to see some nods in a minute to be succinct but fulsome in their responses if there are questions at today's meeting. I'm not interested in cutting people off, at a time when there's really vigorous debate happening or discussion or any of that. And so let's roll through this and see how it goes and do our best to be timely. And but at the same time, understand that we're here for a reason, which is to approve the decisions or the recommendations being made at committees. And so just on that one, very quickly, the minutes clearly indicate how people voted, and so that is on the record, and that is recorded and available, so that if at some point something passed by council and you voted to approve the recommendations that were made by committee at the council, you are still able to refer back to the committee minutes saying, I didn't support that at committee. And you are also, if you're not on that committee, able to pull today to, as we've done in the past, to indicate that you wanted to have a separate vote on something that's gone through committee that perhaps you're not on. That's pretty much where we are. Okay, is that all right? We'll get started then on the remainder of the agenda unless there are other questions or comments. No, I don't see any. Okay, well, thanks very much, everyone. Let's give it a whirl, as they say. So now we've got the approval on the agenda on the floor, and do we have it on the floor? Yes, it was moved by Councillor Crutch and seconded by Councillor Cassar, I believe. So can we have a show of hands vote when it comes to the agenda, please? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that's carried. We're on to declarations of interest. Members of council, are there any declarations of interest? Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have a couple of declarations in the GIC minutes, 7.2, item 7.5. I need to declare a non-disqualifying conflict, as I had referred Wade Posmiak to a local community group who's dealing with environmental issues. Likewise, on item 9.2, the same would apply. It would be a non-disqualifying declaration, so I will be permitted to vote, but I'm making it known that I made that referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks. This is where the Deputy City Clerk said I should make my declarations of non-disqualifying conflicts of interest for things related to the Integrity Commissioner's report. Those were for meetings on February 1st and March 22nd, 2023 for General Issues Committee and May 22nd, 2024 for City Council. And those have already been filed with the clerk, and those are going to be on the public record shortly. So I just want to make those now, subject to the IC's report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crutch. And then clerks will remind me when the time comes, right, that we are getting those. Oh. They're non-disqualifying, right, so they'll come up. Okay, sorry, who was next? Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the Public Health Subcommittee report, I have a non-disqualifying interest. I have no pecuniary interest in this issue. However, my wife is a member of the Public Health Subcommittee, so to avoid any perception of a conflict, I'm just declaring a non-disqualifying interest.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Danko. Councillor Spadafora?
Thank you, Mayor. Same thing for me, a disqualifying conflict of interest on the user fee report. I don't have the number in front of me. Clerks, I apologize. At committee, I voted against the entire report because that's what made it easier for the meeting to go on. Just to make it clear, I'm only have a conflict with the user fees in regards to ICE rentals, not the entire report, but it wasn't separated at the time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Spadafora. Can I hand the chair over, please, to Councillor Taddison?
Go ahead, Mayor.
Thanks very much. I have a disqualifying interest myself to declare to item 8.10 of the General Issues Committee minutes, January 15, 2025, because I have a vacant rental unit.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'll take that chair back then. So those who have identified the disqualifying interest, of course, will make sure that when it comes to the matter, we'll vote to abstain. And those who have noted a non-disqualifying interest will participate impartially in the decision-making processes related to those matters. Thanks very much, all. We're now on to ceremonial activities, and we have some things to celebrate, which are some staff commendations. And starting 4.1 is Tourism and Culture Team, and our city manager, Marnie Clucky, will come to the podium for a picture after a few words from Marnie. Please go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. And what better way to begin the new year and our first council meeting of 2025 than a celebration of a few of the achievements of 2024. So we have two commendations today. The first is related to tourism and culture, as our mayor stated. And 2024 was an excellent year for tourism and culture in Hamilton. So we will recognize the outstanding contributions of staff across creative industries and cultural development, public art and placemaking, tourism and events, and heritage resource management, all under the outstanding leadership of Acting Director of Tourism and Culture, Lisa Abbott, who's in the audience, and Acting GM, Steve Robichaud. The efforts of these teams have truly helped to position Hamilton as a premier tourism destination. So bear with me, I will try to be brief, but there are a number of accomplishments I'd like to acknowledge. In 2024, they received numerous accolades and awards. Festival and Events Ontario named Hamilton the 2024 Municipality of the Year, which is a testament to our city's success in producing, funding, and promoting festivals and events. Additionally, there was the reenactment of the Battle of Stony Creek and Hamilton Winterfest, which were recognized among the top 100 festival and events by Festival and Events Ontario. The reenactment of the Battle of Stony Creek event drew over 10,000 attendees who participated and learned about history through Indigenous games at the Battlefield Museum and National Historic Site. Hamilton Winterfest brought vibrancy to our city in February thanks to a collaboration with the city and Cobalt Connect's creativity. It was also a big year for sports tourism, with Sport Tourism Canada awarding the 110th Grey Cup Festival with the Canadian Event of the Year. The Grey Cup welcomed over 223,000 attendees and over 33,000 visitors, generating an estimated $20.8 million in visitor spending. We were also proud to receive the Partnership and Collaboration Award from the Southern Ontario Tourism Conference for the Your Summer Playground campaign. This successful initiative, which included many local partners and social influencers, highlighted our unique offerings and inspired travelers to explore and enjoy vibrant summer activities. Beyond these major accolades, several initiatives received honorable mentions. There was the Hamilton Civic Museum's digital project, which was Stories of Migration and Belonging. That was recognized for excellence in community engagement. Magnolia Hall earned an honorable mention in 2024 Architecture Master Prize Awards for its stunning adaptive reuse of St. Mark's Church. And lastly, the Visitor Experience Centre was named an Innovator of the Year finalist by the Tourism Industry Association of Canada. These achievements are as a result of the Mayor and Council's support and the collective efforts of divisions across the City of Hamilton and other partners. So my congratulations to the entire team for their exceptional dedication and the well-deserved recognition and making Hamilton a vibrant tourist destination. We were going to have more folks from tourism and culture, but they're all busy working. So we'll have just 3 of the team join us at the podium. We have Lisa Abbott, we have Hildegard, and we have manager Ryan McHugh. So thank you.
Thanks. While you're coming down, I think it's really important that we celebrate some of the positives. Sometimes we get into some of the meat and potatoes and we forget that there are great things happening in the city, and it's important to acknowledge that. So thank you, City Manager Clucky. Am I in?
Of course, yes.
Do you want to Come on this side. Yeah, that's good. Good. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks very much. And I think City Manager Clucky on 4.2 has some words to say about our economic development team, who have also won some amazing commendations. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. So members of council, I'm pleased to take a moment to also recognize our economic development team for their outstanding achievements in strengthening Hamilton's reputation as a leader in economic development and investment. I'm proud to announce that Hamilton was once again named one of Canada's top 20 investment locations by Site Selection magazine. This recognition underscores our city's strategic location, our skilled workforce, and our thriving innovation ecosystem, standing as a testament to the hard work and dedication of our team under the leadership of Norm Schlehan, Director of Economic Development, and Acting GM Steve Robichaud. Additionally, our Economic Development Division has received the prestigious 2024 Plan On Award from the Ontario Professional Planners Institute. This award recognizes the success of Hamilton's environmental remediation and site enhancement community improvement plan, a program expertly led by Phil Caldwell, whose unwavering commitment to our commercial districts and small businesses continues to drive positive change in our community. I'm also pleased to extend congratulations to Judy Lamb, who was named Brownfielder of the Year by the Canadian Brownfields Network at the 25th Annual Awards. Judy's decade of service in revitalizing brownfield sites across Hamilton has been instrumental in transforming our landscape and unlocking new opportunities for growth and development. Further, the International Economic Development Council has recognized Hamilton with 4 prestigious awards, which is really virtually unheard of to have that many awards at one time. It included 2 gold awards for excellence in marketing, one for ECDev Week and another for our targeted business retention and attraction efforts in the agri-food and beverage manufacturing sector, and 2 bronze awards for the success of the 2023 Newcomer Day event and the Global Startups Bootcamp program, which continue to foster entrepreneurship and innovation on an international scale. These accolades not only reflect the talent and dedication of our ECDev team, but also demonstrate Hamilton's ongoing commitment to economic growth, sustainability, and inclusivity. So on behalf of the city, I extend my sincere congratulations and gratitude to our economic development team for their work in making Hamilton a place where investment thrives and opportunities flourish. And we'll ask them as well to join at the podium for a picture, just some of their team.
Order, please, Councillor Wang. I'm only teasing. I think we might have to have 2 rows here this time.
Yeah, guys, squeeze in.
Brownfielder of the year. What a great team. Thanks for everything, guys. Okay, we still have more. All right. So I don't want to be, okay, how's that? In between you guys? Okay. Oh, wait. So I guess you can't really move this one. Well, did I did it.
Lambert.
Thanks, everyone, and congratulations on behalf of council. Congratulations, and thank you for your passion and commitment to the city of Hamilton, which I think is demonstrated by the accolades that you've received over the past year. You know, there's an old song that's called Bread and Roses, and this kind of reminds me of that. Give us bread, but give us roses too. In other words, we work hard, and so when there's time to celebrate, we need to step out and do exactly that. So I would now move on to the next part of the agenda, which is the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, 5.1 December 11th, 2024, and 5.2 December 11th, 2024, which was a special meeting. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the December 11th, 2024 meetings as presented? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Francis. Anything on the minutes, folks? Seeing none. None? Okay. So we'll now go to the show of hands vote on those council minutes. All in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Thanks very much. Items for information. Councillor Tattison, may I have a motion to receive the items for information, please? Oh, okay. Oh.
Okay, we're getting there. Busy couple days. Moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Beattie, that the following items for information be received: City of Hamilton Integrity Commissioner's Report and City of Hamilton Integrity Commission Report Addendum reporting regarding a citation, Kretsch Cameron encampment litigation debate participation DGB Hamilton dated January 3rd, 2025. Correct?
Yes, and the other one as well. Oh, do we have both? Did you do the both at once? I'm sorry, yeah, okay, that's good. Excellent. Just so folks know, the Integrity Commissioner, David Bogosian, is attendance and available to speak to his report if there's any questions or concerns that members wanted to raise. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath, and I'm glad the Integrity Commissioner is here today. Good morning, Integrity Commissioner Bogosian. So just going right to your page 17, Integrity Commissioner, of your concluding remark. And Mayor, just give me just a couple of minutes with a preamble here, just so that the Integrity Commissioner understands what will end up being, I hope, a simple question for clarification. Under his concluding remarks in his second line, he has said that I've recommended that Councillor Kretsch be reprimanded by council in respect of this breach, by council. Over the years, since I've been here and since 2008, when the first Integrity Commissioner, Mayor Horvath, arrived with Earl Bassey and subsequently with Russ Dye and then Abrams and Atwood and now Integrity Commissioner Bogosian, whether it's been me, whether it's been other members of council, past or current, I've always been consistent in not wanting to get involved whatsoever in whatever the findings and conclusions are. I have always consistently accepted past and current Integrity Commissioners' findings and conclusions, whatever they might be, for whomever they've been about. Past councils have once in a while, colleagues of the past, have added on whenever that was the case. The record will show I never supported any amending, adding on, whatever, to whatever the Integrity Commissioner recommended. So to my simple question, I just found it odd that he has put that in front of us, that council reprimand my colleague in Ward 2, and I would have hoped consistently, if I understood our bylaw correctly, that he would have recommended the reprimand directly. So can I just get clarification through Mayor Horvath, please?
Absolutely. Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Bogosian. Please go ahead, Integrity Commissioner, and respond to the question.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Jackson. The way the Code of Conduct is worded is that the Integrity Commissioner does impose the penalties directly on the member, as you've indicated. With respect to a suspension of pay sanction, doing that directly on my part makes a lot of sense. In the case of a reprimand, it seems to me that it carries a lot more weight if it's endorsed by council. And that was the reason that I had worded it in this case, because it is a reprimand in the fashion that I did. suggesting that council should adopt the reprimand. I just think in the case of that particular penalty, it's advisable for council to be the reprimanding party, to give true weight to the penalty recommended or imposed.
So thanks, Integrity Commissioner Bogosian. So now I'm still in a bit of a conundrum because always in the past, I have for the minutes, whether it's been about me or others, I've just received the Integrity Commissioner's report, whatever the findings were, I've just voted to receive it for our minutes for the record. I'm just sensing I'm getting a little bit drawn in here to the and I'm saying this so respectfully to Integrity Commissioner Bogosian. It's his recommendation the Ward 2 councillor be reprimanded, and I would just hope that that's where it stopped, period, and that I would then just vote to receive his report for the record, Mayor Horvath. So I'm not playing semantics here. I just want to be clear, I'm not part of his decision. And if he could maybe just go out of his way to once again make that clear, it's not my decision. He's arm's length, independent, impartial office. I've always respected that. Mayor Horvath, through you, just once more to the Integrity Commissioner, please.
Thank you. Integrity Commissioner, did you wish to respond?
I'm in the hands of council. I have indicated that I believe a reprimand is the appropriate penalty, and I've so indicated in my report. And if council sees fit to have it stand as that without going further and adopting the reprimand, then that's fine with me.
Thank you, Integrity Commissioner Bogosian. That would be my preference, Mayor. Again, if I'm just a lone wolf here, so be it. But those two words by council, I would hope, my preference would have been those two words by council weren't in there, and reprimand in respect of the breach. That was the sentence, clearly and concisely. But anyways, as long as the public is clear, it's his recommendation, and I'm just going to receive for the minutes. If that's clearly understood, then I'm fine with that, Mayor Horvath. Thank you. I don't mean to prolong this debate. I just wanted clarity for my consistency over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little confused as well as Councillor Jackson. I guess the question I'd have to our commissioner is the word reprimand, is that not a penalty? If someone is reprimanded, that's deemed a penalty?
Mr. Bogosian, please, Integrity Commissioner.
It is a penalty. It's the lowest form of penalty, I suppose, that the code can provide for. As I've indicated, I recognize the way the Code of Conduct is worded, that the sanction should be imposed directly by the Integrity Commissioner rather than by way of recommendation to council to endorse or ratify the recommendation. As I indicated, and I think in the case of a reprimand, it has more weight if it's endorsed by council. And so that was the rationale for in this particular report where it was a reprimand that was imposed as the penalty, that it be endorsed by council.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Clarification again. So if this body receives the report, then the councillor is not reprimanded, is my read of the report. In order for the reprimand to take place based on the advice of the commissioner, council has to take a position to reprimand or not to reprimand.
Integrity Commissioner.
Is that correct?
The way I wrote the report was that it is a recommendation that council issue a reprimand. So technically, if you don't, perhaps there is not, but it's clear that that's what I say should happen, or that's the appropriate penalty. So I think it stands that it warrants a penalty as opposed to saying there's a breach, but it's minor, it's, inadvertent. I think the report reads for itself that is in fact what I think is the appropriate penalty in this case, whether or not it's adopted by council, but I did think it, in the case of a reprimand only, that it would carry greater weight if council endorsed it. And quite frankly, there is a history here of not second guessing, I guess, what the integrity commissioner recommends by way of penalty. So I'm not sure there would be a grand debate over whether that's an appropriate remedy. It would just be acknowledging and adopting the integrity commissioner's recommendation.
Can I just interrupt you for one moment, Councillor Clark? I appreciate it. I think the clerk wanted to add something that might help, if that's okay with you. If not, happy to have you continue. Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Mayor. I just want to maybe speak to past practice and the direct wording from the code as it is. And to the integrity commissioner's point, it is practice that the penalties are issued by the integrity commissioner. And what the council has always done is just received the report, and by receiving it, the penalties are applied. I think to the integrity commissioner's point, other municipalities, certainly that weight lies with council, and council could certainly endorse that as well as receiving it, and that would certainly be an option before council. To my knowledge, past practice has not been to do anything other than receive it or add additional penalties, which is available to council. So by receiving it, the penalties would be in play in accordance with the bylaw.
All right, Councillor Clark, please.
So the clerk has deemed, and I look to the mayor, if we simply receive this, then the penalties are being applied, correct?
That's my understanding of what the clerk just said. So not dissimilar to, I think, what Councillor Jackson was raising in his remarks.
We may want to have a look at this at governance in the future. I can advise the current integrity commissioner that previous councils made the determination that the integrity commissioner should make the ruling because it creates feelings of animosity and conflict around the floor. And I have witnessed in the past punitive votes because of the behavior or the decision. And that's why we made this choice to go in a manner. So I'd like that to continue in the future, but I'm happy to have that discussion at governance so that we can clarify the wording. Thank you, Mayor, sorry.
That's okay, no problem. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I believe the clerk clarified my question in response to Councillor Clark's, which is that before council today is receipt of the IC's report, and that if there was any further action, it wouldn't necessarily require, it would or would not require an additional direction from council today. That was what I was trying to clarify.
I think that's what the conversation we just had. Yeah.
Yep.
So thanks, Councillor Nan. Anything further, Councillor Nan? No? Okay. Let's see. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions of my colleagues who preceded me. Mine is not a comment. It is on it. It's just a comment on a factual part that's in the report. If I could raise it for the public record. I believe there is a factual error in paragraph 41 of the Commissioner's report. It's likely a typo, but the dates in paragraph 1 are incorrect. They're listed as February the 1st, May the 22nd, and then March the 22nd of 2024. The May the 22nd should be March the 22nd, and the March the 22nd should be May the 22nd. Thank you. I think that should be corrected for the public record.
Thank you. It's a typo, basically, right, in terms of transference of the months. Okay. Is that our, do you hear what the councillor has raised? Integrity Commissioner Goshen, is that fine with you?
Yeah, I'm just looking back to the earlier part of the report, and I see that I did get it right, I think, earlier, but I
Okay.
did get it wrong in that
That's
particular
okay.
paragraph,
Typos
so I
happen.
agree.
No problem. Thank you very much. Thanks for raising it, Councillor Wilson. I don't see anyone else on the speakers list at this point. And so we'll go back to the process. So we had this moved by Councillor Taddison, seconded by Councillor Beatty, and we'll take that show of hands vote now, assuming the conversation's complete. Okay. Thanks very much, everyone, and we'll expect this to go back to governance for further review in terms of issues raised by council members. Let's see. We're on to committee recommendations, but what I would like to have happen is the clerk to once again just kind of give us a real quick on the process. We talked about it at the beginning, but now we're into the committee report. So just, if you don't mind, very quickly, just a repeating of what we talked about earlier in the meeting, please.
Yeah, so thank you, Mayor. So again, the motion that goes before you when the minutes go on the floor is that they be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. If at any point there's an item that you would like to be, or you would like to discuss, you can just get on the speakers list and ask your questions to that item or provide a comment related to that item. You do not need to lift it or do anything separate. If, however, you would like a separate vote on an item, please get on the speakers list and just ask for that item to be what we'll call lifted. Essentially, that means we will only now speak to that item. Once it is dealt with, we'll have a vote on the item, and then we go back to the minutes or the balance therein.
Okay, all good? Excellent, thanks very much. So the first committee report is PC 25001, Planning Committee, January 14th, 2025. Councillor Wang, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee minutes?
Yes, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Taddison that minutes of the Planning Committee PC 25-001 meeting held on Tuesday, January 14th be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thank you. Are there any items within the minutes that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Councillor Clark, please, on 8.1.
Well, thank you, Mayor. It's 8.1.2, I think, on page 7 of 28. And this is a amendment that was made at planning to an application for properties listed at 1898 and 1900 Rima Road East. It is just south of the Aramosa Karst. I wanted to thank the committee for agreeing to insert the terminology, ensuring that there are no negative impacts on the Aramosa Karst Conservation Area. This is an area that we have been working hard as a municipality and as a conservation authority to continue the preservation of that, not just the preservation of the land, but the preservation of the function of the hydrogeology of the land, because that's what makes that Aramosa Karst. If the water is not flowing under the ground, the way it historically has done, or if the water changes course on top, surface water, it can have serious implications to the ecosystem of the karst lands. And so I sincerely appreciate not only the committee adding this, but the developer agreeing to that terminology, which is very helpful when we have developers that are working with us rather than against us. And that's more of a rhetorical question. Would you like me to go to the next item, or do you want me to?
I believe we would continue to have the conversation about this item, but I look to the clerk just to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah. Again, nothing has been lifted, Mayor, but you could certainly ask if there's anything further on 8.1 before moving on.
Okay, I think that would be a good way of doing it, so we're not going back and forth. So anything for, if you don't mind, Councillor Clark, it won't eat into your time, I promise. But anything further on this one? No? I see it was unanimously passed by the committee, so that's excellent. Then please go ahead to your next item, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe it's 11.1. I had page 24, so let's see if I can get there that way. There we go. So it is 11.1. This is 1065 Paramount Drive. Council will recall that we had a recommendation from our planning staff to oppose this development. It was an 8-story tower in a community that really has not seen any higher than 3 stories. The area that is north of Mud Street has traditionally maintained that character of the community, and south of it is where we have been placing a number of 10-story and 8-story towers. There's a whole slew of them in the works. The OLT ruled against the city and the residents. There were 6,500 residents who had signed a petition concerned about this particular property. And so what I had asked the committee to do upon my behalf, and it was moved by Councillor Beattie and Councillor Wang, was that we have our staff, our legal staff, review the decision and see if there are any opportunities for potential challenge of the tribunal decision. I had worked with 3 of our lawyers here with the city, and they helped, and Steve Robichaud, they helped me draft this motion, and I would hope that council will support it. I'm not sure if there is, it's a really high threshold to find a reasonable grounds for an appeal. But we won't know if our staff doesn't review the decision and the behaviors at the tribunal itself. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Further speakers, Councillor Kretsch, 10.1.
Yep, just wanted to lift it out for a separate vote. That's it. No discussion from me. Just wanting to affirm my vote at the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Don't see any.
Sorry, that was item 10.1.
Oh, we do that right away.
Yep, so we can
Okay.
move right to 10.1, and you can ask if there's any speakers to 10.1 or if we want to go directly to a vote.
Okay, so 10.1, Councillor Kretsch has asked for a separate vote on that. Not wishing to speak to it. Are there any other folks that would like to speak to 10.1 before we put it on the floor for a separate vote? Okay, seeing none then. Let's have the vote.
So this will be an electronic vote then, Mayor?
I'm sorry, electronic vote?
This will be an electronic
It'll
vote?
go- Yeah, okay. Electronic vote. My screen's asleep, so it'll take a second here.
Sorry, Councillor Nan, your vote? Do you want to give us a thumbs up or down? You got it, thank you.
That carries 15-1. Thanks very much. So we're now on to the balance of the report. If I'm not, oh, Councillor Danko was the one that was next on the speakers list. Or did you want to speak to the one we just had? No. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just trying to follow the report format and make sure that I'm clear on the outcome here. Item 9.7 was a payday loans business item that was before Planning Committee. So just to make sure that I'm following this correctly, the original staff recommendations were put on the floor, A and B. That was amended by removing A. Then there was a vote on B, formerly A, which was defeated. And then the report was then defeated, and then nothing happened. So it's status quo.
So through you, Mayor, that's correct. The both items were defeated as amended.
Thank
So
you.
nothing was approved.
Okay.
Just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Danko, thank you. Any further discussion on the report? Not seeing any. So we'll go to the vote.
This will be the balance of the minutes.
On the balance of the minutes. And that's before you electronically, please. Bear with me, folks, I'm doing my best. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much, everyone. We're on to now 7.2, which is General Issues Committee, January 15th, 2025, GIC 25001. Councillor Tattison, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee minutes and receive items 7.2A to 7.2A and T and 7.2B. Also, I just need to, you'll put the motion on the floor and then I'll declare my interest. Please go ahead.
Moved by Councillor Tattison, myself, seconded by Councillor Beatty, that the minutes of the General Issues Committee GIC 25-001 meeting held on Wednesday, January 15th, 2025 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. And B, that the correspondence from the following individuals respecting a municipal land transfer tax, which is in reference to item 7.4 of the General Issues Committee minutes of January 15th, 2025, revenue sources to fund council priorities and ongoing operation and capital works citywide, FCS 24022A, item 7.2A be received, and that the correspondence from Mark Krasinski respecting the use of Sam Manson Park, which is in reference to item 9.1 of the General Issues Committee minutes of January 15th, 2025, the adherence of the encampment protocol as revised and approved by council June 24th be received.
Thanks very much. Is there any discussion that folks want to have on the minutes of this particular meeting? I see a list starting. What I'm hoping to do is, just for people's information, go through the list, if that's all right, with, through the clerk, go through the list, and then when it comes to pulling an item because of the conflict, do that at the end of discussion, if that's okay. Very good. So we have Councillor Jackson, please, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. So I've got 3 items. I'll just go one and stop in case others wish to speak.
Perfect. That's
Is that all
very
right?
helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
So 7 under the minutes of GIC, item 7, 7.4, revenue sources to fund council priorities and ongoing operating and capital works. I just want to recognize, I counted over 350 names that came through this agenda of correspondence from people overwhelmingly saying, we don't need another tax, Councillor Jackson, in our city. It doesn't matter what the potential hypothetical pros might be to it, or the assurances that if we impose this, don't worry, we can reduce over here that. Man, this was a very strong response I received from my community in a matter of just 7 days, and several delegated, as you know, Mayor Horvath. So I just wanted to acknowledge the 350 that are here in our agenda saying no to the municipal land transfer tax. I want for public consumption, any of my residents listening in this morning, that this matter is just being received, and hence no action will be taken on a proposed municipal land transfer tax. That's my one item at this time, Mayor Horvath. Thank you.
Okay, anybody further on this one before Councillor Jackson goes to the next one on his list? Councillor Cassar, please.
Yeah, just thank you, Mayor Horvath, and through you, just to emphasize the last point that Councillor Jackson made on the committee. The report was an information report based on a motion that we asked staff to review possible revenue sources. At no time was there any motion to implement a land transfer tax or any other items that were on that agenda. There's, yes, a lot of negative commentary around that, but council at no point was actually considering that. So I think for the public record, that's very important to get out there. It was an information report only. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cassar. Anybody else on this one? And we'll then go back to Councillor Jackson. Seeing none, okay. Councillor Jackson, please go ahead.
Mayor Horvath, 8.10, proposed amendments to the timelines for the vacant unit tax. I know that this is actually providing extra time in light of the Canada Post strike primarily, to implement the vacant unit tax, the mail-outs to our constituents, but I don't want my name attached to this vacant unit tax. I've been consistently opposed to it. Even the mentioning of it creates ire in my community. So I would just ask for a separate vote eventually on 8.10, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Jackson. I think we do that right. Do we do that right away? So let's pull that right away and go to the separate vote on item 8.10. I'm sorry? Oh, sure. Okay, Councillor Clark on the item.
So I just wanted to clarify on that very item. I believe we had asked our staff to look at a couple of...
Can I interrupt you for one moment? I'm so sorry. I neglected to put the chair over to Councillor Taddison. This is the item that I've declared a disqualifying interest on. So I'm so sorry, Councillor Clark, to interrupt your train of thought, but please, can you take over, Councillor Taddison?
Very much.
Go ahead, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Taddison. So to GM Zagaric or to City Manager Clucky, there's been a number of issues that have popped up about the vacant unit tax. And they're not issues that would create anything that would change the decision of the council on that, but we still need to address them. One is the legal issues of executors. I've received a couple of reports where someone was named an executor. Getting the approval to be the executor took over a year and a half. They're well past the timelines in our bylaw. We need to somehow come up with a process that if there's an issue with the estate being settled, that it doesn't kick in and start unnecessarily penalizing them on that. The other item that has come up, and I'd like to ask our taxation branch of finance to look into it. I'm hearing from people who do rental housings, and they want to be able to declare for their taxes any of the fees that are being applied against their property. And so we need to have a discussion, or at the very least, a review of the Income Tax Act and the guidelines there as opposed to as it deals with this particular matter. I'd be happy to forward on the verbatim text of the emails that I received. And if the resident has agreed to speak with staff, I will share that information also. If not, I'll be the go-between. Okay? Thank you very much.
Councillor Pauls?
Yeah, you need to hear me. Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I just want to say that I want to make sure the public knows that I oppose this. I remember last term when it was brought up and we defeated it, and the reason why I oppose it. I just want to make it clear. We are spending $6.2 million to implement, $2.2 million every year to implement, and we hire 16 bylaw officers. That is a tax that we're losing. And, people just email me and say, what is going on with the city? We impose taxes to receive money, but we spend the money. So I don't understand that. So that is why I'm opposing it. I opposed it last term, and I want to make it clear that I oppose it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. And I'll go to Councillor Cassar next before I make comments. Councillor Nan? Sorry, Councillor Nan.
No worries. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to thank staff for the report. I appreciate the extended timeline going from January 15th to February 10th, and then this extended submission deadline of April 30th, 2025. I think staff consistently continue to demonstrate improvement as needed, both systemically for the city of Hamilton, but also in around receiving feedback from residents as well. There had been a point, Deputy Mayor, that a resident had flagged as it relates to Revenue Canada and tax filing, and staff confirmed that adjustments can be made on tax returns via T1. wanted to thank staff for their diligence there. I understand that we're following suit with the way in which the City of Ottawa has implemented and administered their very successful vacant unit tax. And so we're going to continue proceeding that way. The last piece on this one, Deputy Mayor, would be that, as a municipality, I think we've been very consistent in saying that we want to do cost recovery in the implementation of our programs. We do so with a lot of fee-based programs as it relates to planning. This is good fiscal management, but it's also an opportunity fundamentally to continue the spectrum of solutions this council and our city is implementing as it relates to addressing the housing crisis in our community. This is ultimately about making sure vacant units are turned into adequate and dignified homes for people to rent. And if folks are holding on to their properties, otherwise, they are contributing to that housing crisis. So thank you. Looking forward to the implementation.
Thanks for those clarifications, Councillor Nan. And Councillor Kassar, you're up.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Tadison. And just so the public is clear, and to reiterate a little bit of what Councillor Nan had said there, what we're voting on today is not the policy. That's been decided and that is being implemented. What we're voting on today is to extend, have a new start date of February 10th to extend the submission deadline to April 30th, 2025 to give people more time because of the Canada Post strike. And also that we waive the penalty for any late declarations that happen to be made after April 30th for 2025. So we're voting to make it more lenient in 2025. So when you look at the votes and who's voting yes and who's voting no, that's what we're voting on. So the public's clear. Thank you.
Thanks. That's very helpful, Councillor Kassar. At this point, are there any other speakers? Not seeing any. Do we now go to a vote on this item particularly? Okay, so is that a hand vote or an electronic vote?
An electronic vote.
Okay, so we'll have the electronic vote on this item. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor. Oh, okay.
And it's up. We're actually in the voting mess. We've already voted right now, so I think that the discussion is carried far enough.
Sorry, the numbers are just confusing of the vote. It says 7.2, this is 7.4. I'm just confused, that's all, sorry. Thank you.
Yes, that was clear at the beginning. Okay, so the vote is up and it's passed 12-3. I'll hand it back to you now, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks very much. We're now on to the remainder of the report. You had 3, that's right. So Councillor Jackson, on your 3rd item, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. So on 9.2, rescinding of the City of Hamilton encampment protocol revised. I want to again thank Councillor Spatafora. You don't have to worry about hearing my 5-minute speech today on that one. But all I want to say, Mayor Horvath, hopefully the overwhelming vote last week in support of rescinding the protocol by March 6th. I can't tell you sincerely, without any hyperbole, the overwhelming relief, joy, happiness, and gratefulness that I've received from the lion's share of my community after last week's vote. It's been all over mainstream media, social media. People have just been extremely appreciative, especially those that have endured what they have for 18 months. So I'd like a separate vote on this as well to support the rescinding. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. So we're on now the item that's been lifted for a separate vote, which is 9.2. Any further discussion on 9.2, please? Councillor Nan, or is that from before?
No, it's on this item, Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Nan, could you want to shut up? I'm sorry, we like to see you, but last time you were speaking, your voice was going in and out, so you might want to, if it starts to happen, I'll let you know, and we'll turn off your video if that's okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Is that clear? I'm putting the microphone right in front of my face.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Mayor, I think there was a recent AMO policy paper that had been released on encampments and homelessness across Ontario, which paints a very grim and real picture in terms of the magnitude of the crisis that we're facing as it relates to folks having no other choice.
Okay, Councillor Nan, you are breaking up. Councillor Nan, you are breaking up. Your voice is breaking up. So if you could turn off your video feed, it might give us a clearer sound. Please go ahead.
Does this help?
It does.
Testing
so far.
1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So, Mayor, I'm not sure how much of my previous comments were heard, so I'll just start from the beginning that there was a recent AMO policy report, Municipalities Under Pressure, the Human and Financial Cost of Ontario's Homelessness Crisis, that was released this year in January 2024. And it's very clearly that enforcement alone will not effectively address encampments, only serious investments and coordinated action on transitional support and community housing, as well as mental health, addictions, and social services income supports can actually address the impacts of decades of policy, provincial policy, and multi-system failure. And so I recognize that this motion is basically fast-tracking a previous motion that I had put forward that was looking to sunset the encampment protocol after receiving a staff report that would itemize and outline a pathway to get us there. And I can appreciate and understand the rationale by the mover and the supporters thereafter in terms of wanting to do something on an expedited track, recognizing the degree and magnitude of impact to communities who are trying to use our parks and feel otherwise negatively impacted by the encampments present. And so I just really want to emphasize the point that enforcing encampments and enforcing our parks bylaw is not a solution to homelessness, is not a solution to the folks who have not been able to find adequate shelter in our municipality. And that's my only point that I want to drill home, that we need to continue our work as a council and each one of us around the table, as we have been, putting forward bona fide solutions to increasing the amount of supportive housing units that are available across our municipality in every single ward. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nan. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, not to rehash the debate from standing committee, but just I think a lot of the commentary I heard last week and even today has been about what residents desire or residents' wishes and kind of those wishes, what we're hearing from constituents. I just want to make it clear that in Ward 13, similarly have heard a lot of gratitude, a lot of thanks, and a lot of concern with the removal of the encampment protocol. This is an election issue that came up in the 2022 election. It was right and center in the Ward 13 debate. And similarly, I think there's been a lot of public support from what I've heard from Ward 13 residents, and having solutions be, as Councillor Nan was talking about, be a part of our process moving forward. As a result, I wanted to see more details about what are the resources required for this transition. Where do people go if there's not a shelter space provided, or if that shelter space was free on Monday but isn't free on Tuesday? What's that solution for that individual? I think those details sound like they're forthcoming. I'd certainly like more than a week to review them before we're implementing some of those actions, though. And so as a result, I just don't believe this plan gives us this approach gives us all of the information we deserve to be making the best decisions given the extreme conditions that individuals are finding themselves in. And on the note of popularity, I just want to share that I think the most popular politician that I'm aware of in a North American context right now is the Mexican president. 97% approval rating, unheard of in the most recent polls. They're leading with an approach that I think what I've heard is what I hear from Hamiltonians want to see all the time. Better for everyone, starting with the poor. I think there's a lot to learn from that approach, and I think there's a lot our approach can take from that philosophy of better for everyone, starting with the poor and who we center in our approaches. Understanding there's conflicts when we have encampments in parks, and understanding there's real harm that gets caused when that conflict happens. For me, this isn't the solution out of that real harm and that real situation, and so as a result, I can't support this. With thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't see anybody further on the speakers list. So this item is before us, pulled out. Oh, Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you. This is 9.2 that we're dealing with?
That's correct.
Okay, so I do have a non-disqualifying conflict, which I had mentioned earlier. So I can still vote on the item, I can still speak to the item, but because I had referred Wade Pozmiak and his law firm to a community group in my community, the Integrity Commissioner advised that I should be declaring that as a non-disqualifying issue. Not wanting to prolong the topic, if this council was eliminating the protocol without the investments that we had made, I would be opposing that. This city, this council has made historic investments in homelessness. We far outweigh the investments from our senior levels of government who should be leading the investments and we should be following. So it's very important that we not lose sight of that. My fear, Mayor, and you and I have had this discussion, I fear the province and the feds are seeing municipalities like us step up and they're figuring, well, they got a handle, I'll just step back. And it's frustrating to hear people indicating that the city hasn't done enough on the file when we have done far more than any previous council. And across the province, municipalities are looking to Hamilton about how they did the investments, how they're stepping forward to handle this. We're not the only ones that have this issue. Toronto has a huge issue with homelessness. A lot of immigrants were designated to go there by the federal government, and they had no beds. And so Toronto has scrambled, much like Hamilton. But it's important to note that the elimination of the protocol is not blind. The elimination of the protocol is in tandem with all of the investments that we have made. And I would proffer this final comment. I'm not on for increasing our spending on this file until I see investments from our senior levels of government. I think we're being taken advantage of, and I think we need to make that very clear. I hope my comments have helped. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We have Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I appreciate the latitude you have afforded on this because it's a really important discussion. Following on the heels of my colleague, Councillor Clark, I just wanted to share with you my experience coming off of 3 days with rural representation across the province of Ontario at Roma, where I would like to add, you should feel very proud that you were represented with such grace and fortitude and insight from your rural representatives at every opportunity they had to speak to the issues facing Hamilton. I just had the pleasure to go along for the ride. But the interesting thing that stuck with me, many things, but including there was the issue of homelessness was front and center in many of the discussions, along with the crisis facing municipalities in terms of infrastructure costs, which I will speak to later. The rate of homelessness in rural Ontario is rising faster than anywhere else in the province. 154%. And so the opening remarks were, we're not used to speaking about this. We've never really experienced it much before. Oh my goodness. And the interesting thing was there was acknowledgement in those rural parts that what they would do whenever they did encounter homelessness is they would put the person on a bus and ship them to cities. And now the cities don't have any space, and the cities are tapped out financially. So there is honestly, and we are all in this together. And the message that was sent loudly and clearly from voices perhaps not previously motivated, although they care, motivated to speak to this matter were rural reeves, mayors, wardens, representatives saying, we need the province at this table. We need them at the table in terms of houselessness, affordable housing, mental health, and addiction. So I just wanted to add to that scenery that it is affecting our economic performance. Our costs at the local level are rising significantly on a 2-to-1 basis, and it's a regrettable cancer, if you will, that is spreading across the land. Thank you, Mayor Horwath.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I don't see anybody else wanting to speak to this matter, and so it is before us, and it requires an electronic vote. So on that note, we'll put that vote forward and go from there. That carries 14-2. Thanks very much, everyone. So those were all of your items, Councillor Jackson, correct? Are there any other items that folks want to speak to in these minutes? Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So item 7.5, which is page 4 of 36. Not sure how I have to deal with this. So this is, as I understand, items for information. So these are information reports that we vote to receive. However, I'm supposed to declare a non-disqualifying conflict of interest on encampment issues because Mr. Pozmiak had represented them and I had a previous professional relationship and referred him to a community group. So do I declare a non-disqualifying conflict of interest on 7.5 as it is an information report, which really means we're only receiving it, we're not voting yea or nay? And if we're not sure, then I'll take that opportunity and try offline to figure out how we deal with information reports in the future.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Clerk Trenum, please.
So through you, Mayor, while I do not want to provide advice regarding conflict of interest, I will just say that it is always better to declare than not to declare.
That's sound advice. So I would like to do that on 7.5. And then I have a couple of items if you want to come back to me for other items that I'd like to have a separate vote on.
Okay, I don't see anybody else on 7.5, and so we'll go back to you, Councillor Clark, immediately.
Thank you. So 8.9, which is page 19 of 36. See if I can find it. Trying to use this new technology to my advantage here. Yes, the cyber incident impact. I simply am asking for a separate vote on that. And I would like a separate vote also on 11.3, which is page 34 of 36, which was the in-camera item.
Okay.
So 8.9 and then 11.3, separate votes, please.
Okay, All right, and so we'll do those right away. So on 8.9, which is the cyber incident impact update, we'll go to the, if there's no discussion, we'll just go straight to the vote.
on.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Clerk Trenum.
So 8.9 on page 19 was deferred until after closed session. So I just want to, find, yeah, so it's page 32 for anybody is the final vote that was taken. So that's the item as was being lifted. I just wanted to confirm there were no amendments or anything to it. So yes, we're dealing with that item as approved in the minutes on page 32 and 33.
And then 11.3,
Okay, so we'll do that one first. So we're going to do the original 8.9, which was originally at the beginning of the agenda, which was moved over to a closed meeting. And so if you're following along in the minutes, we're on page 32 to actually see where that vote was at committee. And so that's in front of us first. Okay, Councillor Clark? Then we'll go to your next one. Okay, so we'll go to the electronic vote, please. Councillor Jackson on 8.9.
Yes, Mayor, and I apologize, I didn't click the microphone digitally quickly. So just on 8.9, it's cyber incident impact update. Can I get clarification on Roman numeral 8 on page 20, the referral of requested change in staff complement of almost 17 new FTEs and almost 11 FTEs are for future years. Through you, Mayor Horvath, to the city manager, can I get clarification on that if I support this today to help the municipality get through the horrible cyber attack by the worldwide cyber criminals of 8 months ago, that she is not requesting any new FTEs for the 25 budget, which of course will be under your purview overall, Mayor. Through you, please, to the city manager.
City Manager Clucky, did you follow the question?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I did, and I'm going to redirect to GM Zagaric.
Jim Scarrick, please.
Yeah, that's fine.
Through you, Madam Mayor, as per the report, the intent is that the 20.25 temporary full-time equivalent positions be accommodated through existing positions, vacancies, so no incremental impact for 2025. And again, these are temporary positions, and then staff would report back in future years with respect to the opportunities to support these roles without incremental impacts to complement.
Thank you so much, GM Zagaric and City Manager Clucky. That raises my comfort level, and I can support 8.9. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark.
thank you. I just want it recorded for the public, and that's why I'd like to have the vote on this. I remain opposed to it. The costs are astronomical, and I struggled with the process that we got to that, so I'll just quietly vote against it here and vote against item 11.3. Thank you.
Okay, so the vote's in front of us in a moment on this item with no further speakers. That carries 14-1. Thanks so much. We are now, I think 11.1 you wanted to raise, Councillor? 11.3? Okay, so please go ahead, Councillor Clark.
So 11.3 is the, if I recall correctly, it's the confidential minutes, and I just want to be recorded as opposed.
Okay, so we'll go to the vote on that one, please, unless there's discussion. I don't think so, not usually in a confidential minutes. Okay, thank you. That carries 14-1. Thanks very much. Okay, so now on the balance of the GIC report that's in front of us. Councillor Spatafora, is there an item you wanted to
One more
discuss?
lift. I need to abstain from the user fee. 7.2,
Oh,
I
exactly.
believe, is the
Right.
clerk, if you can confirm. I think it's 7.2. And I'm 8.5, I was close. Yeah, just declaring and voting abstention for my conflict on the ICE rental user fee only, but it's on the
Absolutely.
whole.
All right, thanks, Councillor Spatafora. So we'll go to the vote on 8.5 so that Councillor Spatafora can be recorded for his conflict. Oh. And that carries 15-0 with one abstention. Thanks very much. Now we're on the balance. Am I correct? Oh, Clerk Trenum, please.
Yep, that's correct, Mayor. I just wanted to mention one thing. We'll have one correction to these minutes that we will publish after the fact. Only that after we went into closed session for the second time, during that closed session, there was a procedural motion to waive or suspend the rules to allow the curfew to be extended beyond the hour and a half it was originally extended for. We just missed noting that in the public portion of the minutes, so we will just correct them to advise that.
Okay, excellent. All right, thank you. So now I'm looking to the council to see if there are any further items to be discussed and or lifted for separate votes. Seeing none, then on the balance of these minutes, please, the General Issues Committee minutes. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're on to item 7.3, AFA Committee 25001, Audit, Finance, and Administration minutes of meeting held January 15th, 2025. Councillor Spatafora, may I please have the motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee minutes?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Vice Chair Councillor Jeff Beattie, that the minutes of the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee, AFAC 25-001, meeting held on Thursday, January 16, 2025, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. Anything people would like to speak to on this set of minutes? Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to speak to, but not lift, I think is the new term we're using now, with regards to 7.1, cybersecurity follow-up audit, planning summary. Myself and Councillor Kretsch moved a motion asking staff to review the confidential documents and to, as we have been trying to do this term, make as much of that public as we can. So we have talked about creating a legal document and then a public document. So when we're going in camera, we should be trying to release as much information as possible. When I was looking at this report and I looked at and compared how other municipalities have handled similar issues, there was more information presented to the public. I think the public is really struggling trying to understand exactly what happened, and I just think it's prudent that we provide as much information as we can. Those are just my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I don't see any other comments on this report. So we will then go to the vote on the minutes. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We are now on to the next report, which is item 7. Oh, am I missing something? No. Item 7.4. Councillor Tattison, may I please have a motion to suspend the rule respecting the notice provision to introduce minutes of the General Issues Committee operating and capital budget meeting held on January 20th.
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Beatty, that Section 5.8 of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, which provides that a minimum of 2 days shall pass before the minutes of a standing committee, the selection committee, or other committees that report directly to council is presented to council to provide adequate opportunity for review, be suspended in order to consider the minutes of the General Issues Committee meeting held on Monday, January 20th, 2025.
Okay, thanks very much. That's duly on the floor then. Any discussion on the suspending of the rules? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote on that, please, electronic. That carries 15-1. Thanks very much. So we are now on GIC 7.4, GIC-B 25001, General Issues Committee, Operating and Capital Budget, January 20, 2025. Council Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee, Operating Capital Budget minutes, and receive item 7.4A.
It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Clark. A, that the minutes of the GIC Operating Capital Budget, GIC-B 25001 meeting held on Monday, January the 22nd of this year be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. And B, that the written delegation from Vicky Papuga, Rights of Way Pollinator Habitat Coordinator, Terrestrial Wildlife, Canadian Wildlife Federation, respecting the 2025 budget be received.
Thanks very much. Any discussion on this report? I'm seeing none, so we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're going to now go to moving into the Board of Health. So, Councillor Taddison, may I have a motion, please, to go into, move into Board of Health?
Moved by Councillor myself, Councillor Taddison, seconded by Councillor Beatty, that the council move into the Board of Health for consideration of Public Health Subcommittee report.
Thanks very much. That just requires a hand vote. So all those in favor, please identify. Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. So we are now into Public Health Subcommittee 26001, January 13th, 2025, item 7.5 on the agenda. Councillor Kretsch, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Health Subcommittee minutes?
And moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson that the minutes of the Public Health Subcommittee meeting held on Monday, January 13th, 2025 be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Councillor Jackson.
Just thanks, Mayor, on process and procedure. So we moved into Board of Health. I thought that the province had granted this august body's wish to eventually morph the Public Health Subcommittee into its own Board of Health, and that Board of Health, that subcommittee would then just ultimately report to council, and that'd be the only time I'd get a say. Or if I missed something along the way that I'm still Board of Health, and I'm Board of Health indefinitely, I thought maybe either the clerk, yourself, or Chair Kretsch, who I know with great gusto, led this change to the Public Health Subcommittee. I say that respectfully. Can somebody help me? Currently, what's the status of everything? Through you, Mayor, please.
Thanks very much, Councillor Jackson. We're going to go to the clerk to respond to that query.
The legislation has been proposed, Mayor, and we're still waiting. So at present, council still sits as the Board of Health. until further direction.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk Trenum. And then subsequent question to you, when and if that's going to happen, which I presume it's going to, if they've gone that far with legislation, then the Public Health Subcommittee will become the new Board of Health, and that new Board of Health will ultimately just have to report to council. Can you just kind of anticipate for me the next step that in all likelihood is going to happen? Through you, Mayor, please.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Clerk Shannon, please.
What I'll advise is that we're currently working through what those details will look like and how the transition would take place, how the board is set up, and all of the above. So there's a number of pieces that would have to come into place for this to move forward, whether that's related to bylaws, procedures, any of the above. But when we have information to report, we will do so.
Appreciate that, City Clerk Trenum. It's a work in progress. We're still Board of Health. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. It's item 9.1, which is terms of reference, and there's amendment in there. The original terms of reference, I believe, indicated that the chair of the Public Health Subcommittee would be a member of City Council, and now it's being recommended that that be changed. Just like to have the rationale, because I thought the idea from this council was that the chair, being a city councillor, would clearly understand the process, policies, and procedures of this body. And now it looks like we're morphing from that into community reps and an education representative. So can I just get, perhaps hear from the chair?
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor Kretsch, please go ahead.
This was what I was going to speak to, so thanks for bringing it up. There was a discussion at the subcommittee, about this. Member Don Danko raised a similar question to this, and we had a discussion, and we just said, well, yes, either or, having a chair be a councillor or having a chair be a member of the public. And we discussed a couple of different examples where that already exists at the city. One of those is the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee, where a citizen is a rep. The Accessibility Committee for Persons with Disabilities is a rep. And we had some discussion about that, saying, for instance, during the meeting, the vice chair, who's currently a citizen, may have to take over the meeting from time to time if I need to pass the chair. If I'm not there, that person would essentially be the chair anyways. So there wasn't seeming to be a conflict or issue there. And so that's where we left it at. I encouraged Member Don Danko at the time to raise it with the city solicitor if she wanted to see some more information come forward to council, or if she was satisfied with it, and we kind of left it there. But I was going to report that conversation did take place here. I'm not sure what the outcome of that is, but happy to hear back if there's any further information on that.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Satisfied, Councillor Clark, with the response?
I'm not sure yet. Hang on.
Okay, we'll give you a minute to...
Who speaks for public health at council then? If the chair is not a member of council?
That's a really great point. I don't know that there's a response.
We also discussed that at the meeting as well, and the answer was that any of the members of Public Health Committee who are councillors could speak at council on behalf of public health if that was necessary. That was what the clerk said.
Okay, thank you. I understand where I'm going.
Okay, Councillor Clark, thank you. So Councillor Kretsch, does that continue? That completes your comments. Councillor Danko, please. And then Councillor Maureen Wilson after.
Thank you. I'm going to move to refer item 9.1 to the Governance Subcommittee, seconded by Councillor Pauls, as it's really not appropriate for a subcommittee of council to vote to amend its own governance structure. That should have been a recommendation to the Governance Subcommittee. That's the appropriate place to have this discussion.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Danko. I just want looking to the clerk now in terms of procedure. The motion to defer, like always, takes precedence. Yes or no?
Correct. So it's a referral to the Governance Review Committee. It is not debatable. However, you can discuss the direction, so whether that's a time that needs to report back or to where it is being referred to.
Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate that. So the motion to refer this to Governance Subcommittee is now on the floor. Any conversation, discussion on the referral? I think the direction was clear. On the direction, Councillor Kretsch?
Yes, I'm just asking a procedural question here about the direction in terms of the instructions. So my understanding would be the instructions are suggesting that this body, right, because the recommendation came from Public Health up to Council, And now we're going to refer it back to the Governance Review Subcommittee that's going to refer it back to council at some point. Because the Public Health Subcommittee isn't actually doing anything here except for making a recommendation to council to act on. So just wanting to make sure that we're not creating a circular system that doesn't make sense. If it's fine, then it's fine. But it's a recommendation from the Public Health Subcommittee.
Clerk Trenum? If I can just ask for clarification in this referral, the initial decision to go in this direction was brought up from the Governance Subcommittee? Was from CGIC, was it not? No? It was simply at... I'm waiting for the clerk, by the way.
Apologies, Mayor, I was considering there. So it is an interesting makeup because we're sitting as Board of Health and not sitting as council. So we would be referring it to a committee that reports into council eventually and not back to the Board of Health. It might make most sense for, if this were to go forward, it'd be referred to governance for governance reviews comments on that and some feedback on the motion, but then the direction would be that whatever those be referred back to the Public Health Subcommittee so it makes its way back to the Board of Health. Does that sound clear? Because we're sitting as Board of Health, not as council at the moment. So we would want to ensure that council's not amending those terms of reference, rather the Board of Health is amending those terms of reference.
So sitting as the Board of Health, referring, the Board of Health is, the motion is, or the referral motion is that the Board of Health refer this to the Governance Subcommittee for review and comments to be reported back to the Public Health.
Through you, Mayor,
Board of
or
Health.
to you, Mayor, as well, it could also come directly to the Board of Health rather than through the subcommittee because they've already considered it.
Okay, I'm looking to the mover.
So this is a governance issue. This is not a Board of Health issue. So by referring it to the Governance Subcommittee, it allows that committee to consider it as a governance issue, which then reports to AFNA that considers it as a governance issue, then reports to council, which will ultimately make a governance decision, not the Board of Health.
All right, I think it looks like there's some consensus around the table on this. So we'll go with the referral with those instructions as provided by Councillor Danko. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to preemptively turn off my video so that I can be heard. Through you, just to Clerk Trenum's point and seeking clarity, and I think it's really important that we are procedurally as crystal clear as possible on the direction here for the referral, as we've kind of come up against this conundrum before in terms of governance decisions being made at Governance Subcommittee or Board of Health being governed under the Health Protection and Promotion Act, which is different than the Municipal Act. And Board of Health elect their chairs and vice chairs amongst its members. So from that perspective, I just one more time to the clerk, if we could be crystal clear on the recommendation from the clerk on the referral language, please.
Clerk Trenum?
So procedurally, yes, Mayor, it would come from the Governance Committee through AFNA back up to Council. My initial thoughts were on Council's decisions relating to the Board of Health versus Council sitting as the Board of Health, but given the current status of the Board of Health, it's reasonable that it come back through Council.
Okay. Everybody's clear?
Okay, thank you. So the path is Governance Review, Subcommittee, AFNA, and then Council. Got it.
Thanks for the clarity, Councillor Nan. It's appreciated. This is on the instructions, right, Councillor Pauls?
I'm just, I'm not on the Public Health Subcommittee, and I do want to second it, but I wonder if it's okay. I want to ask you if it's okay to second a motion that I'm not part of the subcommittee.
Yes, that's not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it, Councillor Pauls. Okay, so I think we've had ample discussion on this. No further people wishing to speak. And so then on the referral, can we please have the electronic vote? That carries 15 to 1. Thanks very much. Now we're on the balance of the Public Health Subcommittee report. Councillor Clark, please.
Sorry, just one more thing on 9.2. So this is feasibility of implementing wastewater surveillance. I am supportive of this, but the recommendation does not indicate that staff will report back on the cost to implement it. It reports back on everything else, but we don't know what the cost would be. So how would I amend that?
We're sitting as the Board of Health, we're sitting as the Board of Health, so my understanding is we can make amendments, but I'll defer to the clerk for his advice.
Yep, so through you, Mayor, you could just make an amendment, either adding to this or a second clause that say, and that the report include, et cetera.
So I would just move, and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson, that we include language for a report back on the financial cost to implement.
All right, is everybody clear on that? Would that be just in addition to the resolve?
Yes,
Including?
that's correct.
Outlining feasibility of implementing local wastewater surveillance program, including respiratory viruses, Mpox, and H5N1, and the cost
The cost to implement.
the surveillance program. Thanks, Councillor Clark. Do you have a seconder? That was Councillor Maureen Wilson. On the amendment, Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you. This is probably implicit in the cost, but it's the cost and also staffing impacts. If I could just offer that as perhaps a friendly amendment.
Okay, so everyone's clear what's before us. I don't see any further speakers to the amendment, and so we'll go to a vote on the amendment. That carries 15 to 0. Thanks very much. So now we're back to the balance of the report, if I'm not mistaken. As amended. Yeah. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll go to that vote then, please. There it is. And that carries 15 to 0. Thanks so much. Councillor Taddison, may I have a motion to rise from the Board of Health, please?
Moved by the Deputy Mayor, that person being me, seconded by Councillor Beattie, that the Board of Health rise as council to report and confirm the actions taken in Board of Health.
Thanks very much. All that requires is a show of hands, please. So all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thanks so much. Okay, so we're on to the motions. So we have on the agenda item 9.1, inflation rate for 2026 by Councillor Clark. Would you please present your motion?
Mayor Horvath, I would like to leave 9.1, inflation rate for 2026, on the agenda for one more cycle. I'm still having a few discussions with the clerk. I'm trying to get used to this new system, Mayor, and I'd rather get it right than belabor it in a long discussion here. So I'd rather take it back and deal with it and come back. So if we can just leave it for one more cycle, that would be wonderful, if you agree.
Okay, that's great. So it's then technically a notice of motion, I guess, or just leave it as a motion to be carried forward to the next agenda? Okay?
Yep.
Thanks. Okay, that's great. Item 9.2 then is amendment to item 4 of the Audit, Finance and Administration Committee Report 21-022 respecting investing in city roads and sidewalks infrastructure with Canada Community Building Funds, which was approved by Council on December 15th, 2021. Councillor Wang, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Taddison, that amendment to item 4 of the Audit, Finance Administration Committee Report 21-022 respecting investing in city roads and sidewalks infrastructure with Canada Community Building Funds. This was approved by Council on December 15th, 2021. And I'll just read the therefore be it resolved, just to, in the interest of time. Therefore be it resolved that item 4 of the Audit, Finance Administration Committee Report 21-022 respecting investing in city roads, sidewalks, infrastructure with Canada Building Fund be amended as follows. That the change is that investing in city roads and sidewalks infrastructure, that the Canada Community Building Fund investment of $30 million be allocated to the list of projects in Appendix B, and as amended by adding resurfacing and concrete repairs on Harmony Avenue from Britannia Avenue to Barton Street East and from Barton Street East to Dunbar Avenue in Ward 4 to the AFA Report 21-022. B, that 3 public works temporary full-time equivalents be hired up to for 24 months at an estimated cost of $850 and be funded from unallocated capital reserve 108020 to deliver the Canada Community Building Fund projects. And that C, that procurement policy 4.9 consulting and professional services are required to be waived to allow for the direct award and roster of assignments above the $150,000 threshold for consultancy work pertaining to the CCBF. There is a further attachment. So Mayor, may I speak to this?
Please do.
So this is work that was done by a previous ward councillor where he had identified a lot of different projects from the CCBF. What I am seeking today is to add to that body of work because I also have additional CCBF dollars that are left over in my account. So again, I'm just adding 4 more streets to this from the original report back in 2021, and it is to use up the rest of my CCBF funding so that it is in line with the 2025 deadline to use up all of the CCBF that we have in our account. I hope that's clear because it is the body of work has already been allocated. It is finding additional efficiencies and seeing that there are still work to be done, and my account still had a little leftover reserve that I wanted to make sure that those all got used up entirely. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wang. Councillor Maureen Wilson?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any issues with the action proposed in the motion. I just have a question for staff, if I may, through you. I remember this item very well in the previous term of council, and when it was introduced by the mover, it was framed that we had to take action with great urgency, and we could not put it as was recommended at the time within the context of the budget. And it was subsequent that we found there really wasn't any urgency to it. Through you to GM Can, could you just remind me, please, of the timeline for the spend on this fund through the chair?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. GM Can, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, Carla Can, General Manager of Public Works. I believe Director Kennedy is on the line and she has the details of that. Actually, she is texting me right now saying she's unable to join. Can I get that information back to the councillor?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. I'm supportive of the Ward 4 councillor. I just, under the B part, 3 Public Works temporary FTEs be hired for 24 months for 850 grand. I get it. It's not a hit on the levy. I get that. But through you to General Manager Can, really? We just approved in the last 2 years over council. I didn't. Council approved over 300 hires in the last 2 years. And I know what the public, if this gets out, I know what the public's going to ask me in my ward. Tom, over 300 hires, and the Public Works General Manager couldn't find 3 people to do this, and we've got to hire 3 new people. Can I just get an explanation, please, Mayor, through you?
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. GM Can, please.
Yep, through the chair to the councillor. Director Kennedy is trying to get the link through clerks to join, but she did confirm with me yesterday that these 3 FTEs at the time when it was approved by council were hired and are currently working on the files. So this is not in addition to the existing complement that was approved.
Okay, well,
Jackson?
thank you, GM Can, but the wording here says that 3 Public Works temporary FTEs be hired for us to do the 24 months. So I'm not going to split hairs, General Manager Can. I thank you through Director Kennedy for the response, but the optics of the way this looks is we're hiring 3 new people. Anyways, I'm supportive of the road work needing to be done. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Wang, for a little bit of clarification, perhaps?
Yes, just as a reminder to council that this was a report from 2021. We are only amending that body of work from 2021. So I understand the optics of it, but those 3 hires were already back in 2021. They've already been integrated. It's just because I'm adding the bolded part. So for public to see, there is a bolded part of where the amendments are, which is just literally adding additional work to that body of work from 2021. I hope that's a little more clear.
That's that's a good clarification. Am I correct, Councillor Jackson? The clarification is, yeah, okay. Thanks very much, Councillor Wang. I think that makes it much clearer for the members of council. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please. Is this for a second time?
Yes.
Is there any further first-time speakers on this item? Seeing none, please go ahead. Even though you're only supposed to speak once on it.
I know.
Uh-oh. We're trying something new here, so I'm going to provide some latitude, but let's not get too excited about it. Please go ahead, Councillor Wilson. Let's.
Yeah, this is your idea. This is where excitement comes from. You guys, you need some help.
Can I just stop you for 1 minute? And just in terms of the procedures, clerk, so that we're all aware, is it more appropriate to actually have a show of hand vote, or is it just fine for me to provide that leeway? I just wanted to since we're first time through this one.
So the bylaw suggests, Mayor, that it's by a vote, by hands. However, it's your meeting technically, so you have some leeway.
No, we don't need to take your name off. No, but just by a quick vote of hands to have Councillor Wilson have a quick second word on this one. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry? Oh, we need a mover and, okay. We don't need a mover and seconder for that, or we do?
We would, but we'll take Councillor Wilson, and I'm going to assume Councillor Jackson to second.
No, as a seconder for Councillor Wilson. Okay, thank you. And that's carried by one nay. Please go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Be good.
My colleague said this better be good, and I said, well, no, it's not. It's really not, Chair. I'm just wondering, I hate to be finicky, but if Director Kennedy has been able to make access, would you have an answer to that question on the timeline then from previously, so that it's part of the public discussion? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Kennedy. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I apologize for the delay in getting the link to work here. Director Jackie Kennedy of Engineering Services. The CCBF funding was provided in in prior years, and at that point, it was provided based on a timeline. My understanding from finance, and perhaps GM Zagaric can speak to this in more detail. I'm not sure if he's got the information today, but my understanding is that the CCBF funding, we do get that with routine, and the one-time funding was based on a spend, but because we have spent other CCBF money simultaneously, that the expiration on that is not something that we need to be actively concerned about in terms of losing the money, but potentially in terms of the intention of spending the one-time funding within a time frame. So while we do not have a rule or a risk of losing it, I think there was some intention to contribute that within a time frame at council's direction.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. So if I understand that correctly then through the chair, at the time, there was, it was positioned as a sense of urgency. There wasn't. And then I thought I was subsequently told it was within a 5-year timeframe. But if I'm understanding now, it's an ongoing stream and there was no urgency. I want to make sure I understand. Thank you through the chair.
James? Sorry, Director Kennedy, if you want to take it, I'm sure you're welcome to.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe Councillor Maureen Wilson is flagging that these funds expire after a set period. I can't recall if it's 3 years to 5 years. It may be 5 years. I apologize. I just can't recall. And Finance works along with our Public Works colleagues to ensure that we don't forego any of these funds and that we move the funds that are at risk of expiry forward in a given year and ensure that we're fully utilizing and maximizing this eligible funding. So Councillor Wilson may be correct. It's 5 years. I apologize. I can't recall if it's 3 years or 5 years, but it is purposely identified, or it's purposely structured so that municipalities have the time to do design work, awarding, and executing on the projects. And again, that's the purpose for that multi-year window.
Okay, satisfied then, Councillor Wilson? Thanks very much, GM Zagaric, appreciate it. I don't see any further speakers on this motion that is now before us. And so if we can go to the vote that was moved by Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Tattison. And that carries 16-0. Thanks very much, all. We are now on to item 9.3, Shadoke Twin Pad Arena Sound Upgrades, pardon me, Ward 14 Infrastructure Upgrade via Area Rating Discretionary Account to number 330210914. Councillor Spatafora, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Ward 8 Councillor John Paul Danko. I won't read out what you just read out with all those numbers in there. Just before I get to the therefore be it resolved, I will also be declaring a non-disqualifying interest. The reason for that, some of the organizations that play at Shadoke Arena, as well as many other arenas, I'm a member of their board of directors. So it's non-disqualifying. There is no interest for me financially to gain from a new sound system. The therefore be it resolved is that Shadoke Twin Pad Arena sound system be replaced with an upset limit of $10,000 from the Ward 14 Area Rating Discretionary Account 330210914. Just a couple quick notes on this. It's the original sound system that I believe was installed in 1992. It's 43 years old. I believe at this time we have one speaker maybe working at the time. The other thing I want to mention, and what really brought this up, was during the holidays and our Christmas skates that we've had. Is everything okay down here, guys?
They're just kind of identifying that your math was wrong.
Yeah,
that's
it
all.
seems
Councillor
every time I bring a motion for it, everybody thinks it's funny. But anyways, moving on. We had our holiday skates, and a lot of times at the holiday skates, they play music, Christmas music. We have a lot of organizations there in the summertime. I think lacrosse had national championships. But all of the organizations, some use it, figure skating organizations will use the music while they're performing. And right now, there is no way to use a microphone, play a song. Basically, the sound system is dead. And that's the reason for the upgrade at this time. It is the only City of Hamilton asset I have in Ward 14 because we don't have a library. So just throwing that in there. But anyways, that's the motion. And again, I declared a non-disqualifying interest. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Spatafora. I don't see anyone further on the list, and so that's moved by Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Danko. We'll go to the vote, please. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. We're now on to 9.4, Amendment to Item 1 of Public Works Committee Report 22-013, respecting the proposed permanent closure and sale of portion of public unassumed alleyway abutting 154 Lottridge Street, 798 Barton Street East, and 800 Barton Street East, Hamilton, Ward 3. Councillor Nan, would you please present your motion?
Happy to do so, Mayor. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Huang. And this is truly a housekeeping item as explained in the whereas clauses of the motion. It can only be summarized by saying that one of the property owners has opted out of the purchase, but a different adjacent address owner has opted in. So we're correcting the addresses through this motion. And the addresses that are impacted is we're removing 78 Barton Street East, and we're adding the Lottridge address, which is already in the motion.
Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Nan. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, we'll go to the electronic vote, please. Carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Let's see, we are now on to notices of motion. 10.1 is a review of the Barton-Tiffany shelter purchase. Councillor Danko, may I please have the motion to waive the rules?
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to waive the rules. I don't have a seconder. If somebody wants to volunteer. Seconded by.
Councillor Spatafora?
Sure, thank you. The reason is that there is a significant public interest in this item. It's a current issue that is undergoing implementation currently, and this will provide staff maximum amount of time to have a comprehensive report back and allow all of us to get our questions into staff.
Okay, thanks very much. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to the vote. Carries 15-1. Thanks very much. Let's see, Councillor Danko, would you please present your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by yourself, if that's okay with you. This is a motion for a review of the Barton-Tiffany shelter purpose, and I will read in the whereas statements because I think it's important to help explain and set the context. So whereas in September 2024, Hamilton City Council approved the provision of temporary outdoor shelters, prioritizing couples, individuals, pets at an approximate cost of $7 million. Whereas Hamilton City Council approved a one-time year cost of up to $2.8 million to be funded from the Housing Sustainability Investment Roadmap Reserve beginning October 1st, 2024. This is for the development of a temporary outdoor shelter site through the execution of a single source policy, including the supply and installation of structures sufficient to provide shelter for 80 individuals. Whereas Hamilton City Council approved that the general manager of the Healthy and Safe Communities Department or their designate be directed and authorized on behalf of the City of Hamilton negotiate, enter into, execute, and administer any and all contracts, agreements, and other documents necessary to implement recommendations on terms and conditions satisfied to the general manager of the Healthy and Safe Communities or their designate and in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. And whereas the single source purchase of the Barton-Tiffany shelter structures has generated significant public interest in the source of the units, terms of the purchase agreement, cost of the units, identity of the manufacturer, and selection of the successful vendor versus other viable local suppliers. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that the Healthy and Safe Communities and procurement staff report to the next scheduled procurement subcommittee with the following. A review of the details of the Barton-Tiffany structure provider and outdoor shelter operator single source contracts, including compliance with city purchasing policy and contract terms. And I2, that a financial evaluation of the single source Barton-Tiffany structure provider contract versus the units delivered and assembled on site in terms of value for money. So just very briefly, I mean, obviously, this is an item of fairly significant public concern at the moment. There's a lot of, I would say, hearsay and conflicting information available in the public. And I think as this motion outlines, this was a council decision that we approved the single source contract with some delegated authority to the general manager of Healthy Safe Communities and the city solicitor in terms of the terms of that contract. So I think in order for us to provide a venue where there's a discussion on this contract and the terms of the contract, and to get the public some of the answers that to the questions that have been circulating, this is the most timely way that we can get a report back. The next procurement subcommittee is scheduled for March. And I'm open to any other comments or suggestions that my colleagues might have, but just bringing this forward to put this on the table for discussion and allow our staff an opportunity to provide some of those answers that the public has been asking. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. We have a speakers list starting. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't be supporting the motion. The committee mandate for the procurement committee is to review the existing procurement policy and processes and recommend changes as necessary, establish when and how a fairness commissioner would be used, and hear delegations on the procurement process to consider amendments to the current process. Nowhere in the committee mandate or their terms of reference does it indicate that they would be reviewing procurement decisions. That remains within the bailiwick of the GIC. We appointed GIC as the place to take issues with regards to homelessness and housing, and we have been following that. So asking questions at GIC in a manner that the public can hear the answers to the questions is the best way to deal with it. If we want to have our staff provide a more fulsome, comprehensive response in a written form, again, GIC can request staff do that, and then we can debate that report when it comes forward. But with complete respect to the mover, I understand what he wants to do. I think it would be better if we made that request at GIC and have the report back at GIC, because it's not consistent with the current mandate of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I just actually, in terms of the concern around mandate of committee, wouldn't mind hearing from the clerk in terms of whether it's in order to send something to a committee outside of the mandate, if that's in fact the case. Again, I'm not judging, I seconded the motion, but I just want to get a sense of the, how to move forward on this without any challenges to the rules.
So to answer your question, Mayor, I would agree that it makes sense for it to go to the procurement subcommittee as it is related to that, rather than being directed elsewhere. That being said, it is up, of course, to council's recommendation as to where they'd like to see it considered.
Okay, so it's up to council to determine regardless. Okay, thank you. Councillor Jackson, please.
Well, I want to sincerely thank Councillor Danko and yourself, Mayor, as seconder. This conversation is absolutely timely and most needed. I voted against this tiny homes cabin at Tiffany Barton last fall for two reasons. Number one, back then, I tried to get it stipulated on the fact that we could rescind the encampment protocol by Christmas last year, and that was defeated. And the second reason was because I just didn't have enough information. And I understood the fast tracking. I get that with best of intentions and, waive procurement, normal procurement policies. But man, for a project of this magnitude, it's kind of breaking new ground. And I'm telling you sincerely, Mayor Horvath, the commentary that I've been receiving is like we just kind of stumbled and fumbled and bumbled our way out of the gate with best of intentions to fast track a project for housing, to get people out of parks, get them into warm shelters. But the optics of this has not been good. The whole thing about who's connected where, when did this company start, when did they start? What affiliation is there with anybody in town? The farming out to China? I'm just telling you, the optics have been horrible. And it's unfortunate because it should have been a good news story, and it still can be. But I want to thank Councillor Danko because his motion has reflected exactly what I'm hearing overwhelmingly from my constituents who are reaching a point of being extremely unhappy with the lack of clarity and explanation as to why this was done the way it was done. So, and on procedurally, Councillor Danko, I have found him and working with him for 6 years, very savvy enough that if at procurement subcommittee, it's something ultimately that should be brought to GIC and ultimately council, I'm sure that he'll ensure that everyone around the table has a part of hearing the report back. Thanks, Mayor Horvath. So I'm supportive of this motion.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. I'm going to go back to Councillor Danko because we had a quick discussion about whether, in fact, it might be best to have the report back to GIC perhaps in March to give folks a chance to put together the information required. So I'll send it back to you, Councillor Danko.
Thank you. I really saw this as a procurement issue, which is the reason why it was the procurement subcommittee. As chair of the procurement subcommittee, that's the reason why I brought this forward. If council has more comfort in sending this to a standing committee, procurement does report to AFNA, so it could go to AFNA. But I think Councillor Clark raises a very valid point that we did delegate all things having to do with housing and homelessness going to GIC. So it would make sense to me to refer this to GIC or to report back to GIC. The only caveat is that I think we need to make sure that we do give our staff enough time to actually be able to provide that report. So if we want to change procurement subcommittee to GIC, I'm fine with that. If we could just stipulate that it would be in March, or if we could ask staff what would be a reasonable timeframe to report back.
Thanks, Councillor Danko. Then we'll ask Director Baird to respond as to timing.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor. We were planning to bring it to procurement subcommittee in March, so I think it makes good sense to take it to GIC in March as well.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't see any further speakers on the item. There's a question from Councillor Clark. And because the motion has changed, I'll go to Councillor Clark for a second time.
I appreciate the latitude. I have not appeared at the subcommittee. I'm not really, other than what I've read in terms of, so is this a public meeting, the subcommittee? Is it on YouTube? And secondly, can councillors who are not on the subcommittee, can they attend and ask questions at the subcommittee? I honestly do not know the answers to those questions.
Okay, and that's fine, Councillor Clark, but I think we've now changed. I think the mover and the seconder have amended the motion that's before us, and so the subcommittee is no longer in play. We're now at the GI, we're now, we've amended it.
I misunderstood. So I thought it was going to the subcommittee and coming back to GIC now?
No.
So, okay.
It's going to go straight to GIC. That's
My
something that.
questions are mute. Forget you even spoke to me.
All right,
And
thanks so
not
much.
mute.
Thanks so much. If I could pass the chair over to Councillor Taddison just for a minute to say this.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Taddison, Deputy Mayor. The reality is when this was being contemplated, we were, and we still are, frankly, in a crisis. And so I think that we can't forget that, as was described earlier in the conversations we were having here at the council, this council meeting, this crisis is unfolding everywhere, and nobody has found the solution. And so what we're trying to do is find solutions in an expedited way that address the crisis, the emergency that we've been in. And I think we've all talked about crisis, emergency, whether it's homelessness, whether it's mental health, whether it's addictions. This is the discussion we've been having since this council was elected. And as we got closer and closer to the cold weather coming, realizing that the crisis was growing and not shrinking, and then the community at large was having a reduction in their compassion around seeing the situation continue to worsen in the parks and public spaces. That's the context. And so I just want to say, I think it's important to remember the context here, that we asked the staff to come back. Yes, I made the direction for the staff to come back with a plan. The staff came back with a plan. We had the discussion, we had the debate, but the plan was predicated on the fact that we urgently wanted to try to find a way to bring people out of the cold in as quick a way as possible. If there were a model that we could have just plucked out of the air somewhere that some other organization, some other community had already successfully implemented, then that would be one thing. But we were on a timeline that we all agreed was necessary to try to solve the challenges that we're having, as well as do that in a way that provides better shelter for folks. And so I look forward to the staff report back, because there is a lot of misinformation out there, including why the kinds of units that were chosen, the temporary nature of those units, the fact they can be reutilized. Having said that, I'm not going to get into the detail because that's for staff to bring back. But I really do appreciate that Councillor Danko raised this issue and will provide us an opportunity to address some of the misinformation that is out there, as well as take a hard look at what we can do better next time. I think it's always fair and important to do that as well. And so hoping for your support to see this forward. Thanks so much, everyone.
Well stated, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taddison, and I'll take the chair back. And then, Councillor Maureen Wilson, are you on the list? Please go ahead.
Thank you. I support the motion strongly. I think a discussion at GIC now is appropriate. I'm just making sure I understand. So this, through the mayor, I think the motion speaks to this in the whereas. This council approved a sole source direction. Is that Is that the case? That's validated in the whereas through the chair?
I'm just looking to the mover.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay, so City Manager Clucky?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and that's correct in terms of that was approved by council, but I just want to qualify it with it was a single source, not a sole source. It has a technical meaning, so don't want to get you on the nuances, but I want to be clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask for a fleshing out further of that, single source versus sole source? And let me just put where I'm coming from here. I recall in 2019, there was no staff recommendation, but I didn't vote in favor of it. But there was a move to skip a competitive bid for the Waterdown bypass at over $600,000 to skip the competitive bid process. And I think that was to sole source at the time. Could you just explain the difference between single source and sole source through the chair?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I'm looking to see if there's a procurement person, and if there is not, I will give you it in layperson's terms, but is there a purchasing person? Okay, then a single source means that there may be multiple vendors that can offer a service or a good. A sole source means that there is only one known source. And so I think that's important because there are multiple sources that could provide this product.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that distinction and that education. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't see any further questions, so we'll go to the vote on the motion that's before us. Thank you. That carries 16-0. Thanks very much, all. We are now on to statements by members, and it is currently 12:01. So just looking around the table, if folks are wishing to do the statements by members now, take the break, and then come back to go into camera for the closed session pieces. I'm sorry? Take a break? People want a break now? Oh, now I'm going to have to, okay, so now we have a divided house here, a divided house. Can I just get a show of hands? Who is interested in going on a break at this moment in time? A couple of people. It doesn't look like that's the majority, unfortunately. So we're going to plow through the statements by members, and then we'll take a break. So on that note, as has been the custom, folks who would like to make statements, please start populating the speakers list with the clerks, and we're going to begin with Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the privilege of attending Roma, and I know other council colleagues will speak more fulsomely to that, but Roma is the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, and as an urban councillor, it is my privilege and I also think obligation as an urban councillor to attend and listen to the challenges that are happening in a rural context. And it will help inform and educate myself on what are the challenges citywide. And I believe that as this municipality is actually majority rural, It is something that we as counselors need to understand, and we need to also take into account how we grow in all aspects of the city. So it was my privilege and my pleasure to attend Roma and be with my other council colleagues to both listen to the excellent speakers as well as participate in advocacy efforts with different ministries and their associated staff members. On a personal note, we welcomed a new baby girl to the family. My sister-in-law gave birth to a baby girl, and I had also the honor and the privilege to be in the delivery room with her, and it was amazing and just lovely. Second personal side is that coming up on January 29th, it will be the Lunar New Year, and this year will be the Year of the Snake. And just to educate counselors and committee, that the Year of the Snake is not meant to be evil. It is not ever meant to be any type of ill misgivings. In fact, the snake has been seen as being witty, compassionate, and very patient within the animal zodiac. And I wanted to, I looked it up quickly just to see what the Year of the Snake would have for us as counselors and for this coming year. And in fact, just reading from a couple of different sources, and they're all kind of saying the same thing, is that we must learn to approach life events more cautiously. It's an excellent time for snake to stick to calm and their calm and wise nature. It is also pointing to a more deliberate type of navigation. And this is a year that will require more planning and implementing of short impulse decisions. This year, we will benefit from thinking things more thoroughly, and will be rewarded with stronger and more stable results in areas that demand solving old problems or making difficult choices. I believe that the source of our conversation today, I think, is just that. We are making some significant choices, decisions, especially how it relates to the well-being of our city, as well as the marginalization or the vulnerability of our residents, and how our decision-making affects everyone, but most importantly, it affects those that are living at the most marginal and the most vulnerable. So I think that this year will prove to be a unique change in our energy, and I hope that all of council will take heed that the Year of the Snake is there to be deliberate, cautious, and stable for this coming year. So, 新年快乐，祝你发财. Welcome to the Year of the Snake, Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wang. Councillor Beatty, please.
I'm trying to think of a rural tie-in to Year of the Snake, but maybe can't think of one. Building off of Councillor Huang's comments with regards to the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, of course, thanks to Councillor Huang, Councillor Wilson for joining, Councillors Taddison and myself as the two rural representatives, having the urban flavor at Roma, I think was actually very valuable. And as mentioned, there were a number of very interesting conversations that were taking place during the conference, in addition to the delegations that we made, and I'll get into that in a second. But it's not every day that you get to sit in on a conversation pertaining to communal sewage issues, among others. That's not something that we see a whole lot of here, but it really does give perspective as to the enormity of the province as a whole and the variance of issues that are taking place, starting at Niagara Falls and going all the way north to Timmins and beyond. It was really an eye-opening experience. In addition to my council colleagues, want to give thanks to the staff support that we received, starting with Acting Director of Government Relations, Chris Phillips, Senior Government Relations Manager, Michelle Piano, and the City Manager's new Chief of Staff, Daryl Bernhardt, who assisted us with the prep, kept us in line. and our multiple delegations over the 3-day conference. Also, big shout out to Kenya from MPP Neil Lumsden's office and Drew Spolstra, the president of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture and a proud Ward 11 farmer, for joining us for the bulk of the delegations as well. And also very, very special thanks to Paramedic Chief Michael Sanderson and Water and Wastewater Director Nick Winters, who also came in to assist us in delegations for rural land ambulance issues and water infrastructure issues with the relevant ministries there. As mentioned, we sat before a number of ministries, including sport, tourism, transportation, health, agriculture, energy, health, again, as land ambulance and infrastructure, and Councillor Wang and myself had the great privilege to sit in on a roundtable discussion with the Minister of Natural Resources at Queen's Park, along with representatives from adjoining municipalities, including the counties of Wellington and Haldimand, among others, to explore carbon reduction strategies. All in all, a very full 3 days, and I think we're all equally proud of the work that we did there to advance the needs and explain the unique differences in Hamilton's sprawling and thriving rural communities, of which are the fastest growing within our city. As you've heard me say in this chamber, and it's fresh on my mind now, so I'll bring forward a reminder, Hamilton is nearly 80% rural by land mass. Hamilton is home to nearly 700 farms on nearly 125,000 acres of prime agricultural land, who collectively contribute to a thriving $1.3 billion, billion with a B, agri-food and agriculture industry anchored by our thriving deepwater port, our 24-hour cargo airport, our connections to all major 400 series highways, as well as our 2 national rail connections. And we deliver that message consistently, Mayor, and we will continue to do so with ongoing conversations with various ministries of the province on a go-forward basis. And looking forward to attending again next year.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to turn off my video and want to start my statement by saying thank you to the Ward 3 office team for their Alex Weinberger, Alex McGilvery, Terry Leclerc, and Jessica Barroso for holding down
Councillor Nan, I just
Ward
need
3
you
office.
to know, Councillor Nan, can I interrupt you for a moment? I need you to know that your audio is still pretty choppy. It's hard to make
Still
out
pretty
what you're
choppy?
saying. Yeah, it was still pretty choppy.
Goodness gracious. Is this clear?
It kind of goes in and out, and it goes choppy.
Okay, I'll come back on at the end.
Okay, there might be maybe a better reception in another part of your space, wherever you're in from, in terms of your internet connection. So let's do that. Well, can you please do that, clerks, put Councillor Nan to the end of the list, and we'll go with Councillor Pauls, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Of all the ribbon-cutting events I've been in the last 6 years, I went to one yesterday, on Tuesday, that had the most impact on me. It was the legacy of Zachary. And I want to tell you that if people don't know, 20 years ago, on March 27, 1997, Zachary, 2 years old, was fatally stabbed by a neighbor with schizophrenia. And before I went to that event, I read the article again, and it really impacted me, how important now this legacy goes on. And a community-based facility was opened yesterday to house police, which they have now COAST, Crisis Outreach Support Team. They have MCRRT, Mobile Crisis Response, Social Navigator, and RIST. So there's police there, there's the St. Joseph Healthcare Services, there's paramedics, and other social and agency who work together to make sure that mental issues are addressed when they need to be, and the care of the most vulnerable even in our encampments. So on Tuesday, after that event, there was such I met the mother, Lori, and you know what? That picture there of little Zachary, 2-year-old, just impacted all of us. So I will never forget that day when I addressed, because the mayor could not be there. And I know you had a funeral to attend, so, but to see everybody coming together, paramedics and police and health services, housing services, all under one roof, 499 King Street East. And you'll see Zachary's legacy, and you'll see a picture of him. I think it's one of the best rip cutting that I've ever been, you know. So I just wanted to share that with you. Also, on Tuesday, I think it was Tuesday or Monday, we had our house cafe, Common House Cafe, and it was good to have our coffee shop open. So if you want to get a coffee and a bagel, it's right in City of Hamilton. So I hope you could support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity. I do want to thank Councillor Pauls for attending the event yesterday. I recall that event very clearly. I also recall when Brian Smith, a sportscaster in Ottawa, was shot dead by a schizophrenic who were not on their meds. I recall the work that the legislature did when I was PA to Health. We rewrote the Mental Health Act directly to respond to those very issues and to ensure that there were something called community treatment orders where psychiatrists could release patients who are a danger to themselves or others, but because of the treatment plan, they felt that the risk was very low. I lament that successive governments have not put sufficient community mental health funding in play. That has been the bane of the challenges that every municipality in this province has been experiencing. And if you ever get an opportunity to speak to a family of a child or a loved one who has schizophrenia, it is an incredibly challenging, upsetting illness where their loved one will see people that are not there, will hear voices that are not there, and the struggle to try and find help. And so I'm thrilled that this new community center is open to assist, and I do thank Councillor Pauls for attending. I wanted to attend, but I had a medical appointment. Two other items, real quick. Landfill odors. You'd think they went away in the winter. Yeah, they didn't. Got a wonderful Christmas gift, the entire community did, for an entire week around Christmas with the smell of rotten eggs outside. It's been incredibly challenging. This is now more than a year, and I find it very frustrating that GFL has not acted and the MOE has not acted. So, Mayor, I will be bringing a motion to GIC that is going to address that issue under an obscure section of the Municipal Act that might give us the authority to help those residents. And that section of the act was brought to my attention by the residents after they had met with legal counsel for a month or two and came up with an option. So I will be sharing it in a motion. I'll get it to the mayor and the clerk and our city solicitor in advance. But I think it's important that we at least look at the feasibility of implementing that section of the act. Finally, I'm getting a lot of calls about concerns in Elfrida about urban boundary expansion. And I believe I'm answering their questions correctly. The province kind of went back and forth on it in terms of policy on urban boundary expansion for Hamilton, and they landed on a decision whereby individual landowners can bring applications
for a urban boundary expansion. That application with all of the requisite studies go to our planning staff. Our planning staff reviews all of that and then makes a recommendation to the planning committee, yay or nay. I'm not sure what happens next. There was a time when we could say no to these applications, and that would have been the final decision. I'm wondering if Mr. Robichaud could clarify what happens after we get that recommendation from our staff on an urban boundary expansion. I know there's a whole bunch of applications coming in.
So this would normally be just statements by members. We'll have GM Robichaud respond. I know that there's also a report that was provided to council as well in terms of the process, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Steve Robichaud, Acting General Manager, Planning and Economic Development Department. In response to the councillor's questions, under the most recent set of changes to the Planning Act, the landowners would have the applicant would have the right to appeal council's decision should council deny their application for an official plan amendment to expand the urban boundary. Thank you.
And I appreciate the latitude. Is that appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal or is that appeal to the minister? Because we're wrestling with this at the Conservation Authority when it comes to permits. So can it go directly to the minister or can it go to the OLT?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the appeal would be to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and they would schedule a hearing to determine the merits of the appeal. Just for your information, we are looking at, there is an active file relating to the Upper West Side Landowners Group. My recollection is that hearing has been scheduled for 2 weeks in April of 2026. So even from the time the council would make a decision to the actual hearing date could be 18 to 24 months after the decision of council to deny the application occurred under that scenario. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification at a council meeting because that's the meeting that people watch more than any other meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. Councillor McMeekin, please.
There's so much, thank you, Your Worship. There's so much being raised I'd love to comment about, but I'll refrain and just make a couple of quick comments. At the outset, I want to thank those who went to the Roma conference on our behalf. I've been to many, many Roma meetings over the years, and I'm proud that we were well represented there. It's interesting. I found it interesting that Councillor Maureen Wilson noted her being surprised with the mention of homelessness being up 158% in rural Ontario. That's not the only area where we've declared a crisis where things are up. Interval House tells me that domestic gender violence is far more rampant in rural areas these days than it is previously the case. So I just flagged that. The other thing I want to add for those who may occasionally have any doubt at all in their minds about the importance of talking rural issues is this: 840,000 people, 840,000 people earn their living by working on working farms. 840,000, and it is the single largest contributor, the agri-food industry, to Ontario's gross domestic product. We never forget that. We're not just 80% rural geographically. It is perhaps contestably, I suppose, the single most important economic driver in our province. And I never want to miss an opportunity to stress that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. 3 public service announcements for my East Mountain community, Ward 6. Number 1, annual Valentine's Dinner Dance at Michelangelo's will be held on Saturday, February the 8th at 5:30 p.m. by the Trenholm Bocce Association. This is nearly 30 years that they have held this annual tradition, except for a couple of years, of course, during the pandemic, unfortunately. The executive has been in place for a number of years for continuity's sake, and just want to acknowledge and thank so much President Manny Vecchione, Treasurer Osvaldo Tavani, and executive members Morris Marcella and Paula Valeri. They've already sold approximately 600 tickets of the 22 bocce clubs in Hamilton that is overseen by the City of Hamilton. I believe this has always been the largest annual event of any of the bocce clubs. I'm so proud of them, especially being in the heart of Ward 6. Again, February the 8th, there's still some tickets to be purchased if you wish. I'm a sponsor, of course, of the event and will be there Saturday, February the 8th, 5:30 at Michelangelo's Banquet Hall, the Trenholm, the annual Trenholm Bocce Association Valentine's Dinner Dance. Secondly, Mayor Horvath, many of my constituents said, Tom, you promised us end of last year you were going to launch your website, first ever for Tom Jackson. I'm finally getting into the 21st century, Mayor Horvath. Anyways, the Canada Post strike happened to hit, and I was ready to send out my hard copy newsletter, which would have acknowledged and provided information of the link to my website and a future e-newsletter. And then the Canada Post strike hit in mid-November, so we're about 6 to 8 weeks behind, but hopefully going to send out my hard copy newsletter to all of Ward 6, which will have the link to the first ever Tom Jackson Ward 6 website and e-newsletter. And thirdly, Mayor Horvath, Mountain Brow Boulevard Concession Reconstruction, Phase 2, wonderful legacy project, multi-use pathway. The project is not completed, although it has been reopened before Christmas because the contractor obviously took some time away during the Christmas break and given the extremely cold weather. But we are not finished. People are asking me, Tom, we're driving it and that, but seems like it still could improve this, Tom. You can still kind of change that over there, Councillor Jackson. So from Oakcrest all the way over to Upper Gauge, mammoth $7.5 million project with the continuum of the multi-use pathway along the southern edge of Mountain Brow Boulevard, crossing Upper Ottawa, going on the escarpment side all the way over to Upper Gauge, mimicking what we did 7 years ago from Oakcrest to Mohawk, as popular as could be. We're not finished, and the multi-use pathway of Phase 2, Mayor Horvath, is still barricaded and closed for safety reasons because contractors are not finished yet. And with the new reconfiguration at the circle, new traffic lights, it's an adjustment. And I've heard from some motorists that why and what triggered this. And it's all about some traffic calming, number of accidents over the years all documented. And in light of the new multi-use pathway, Mayor Horvath, from the circle, Kenilworth Circle to Upper Ottawa, it's all part of just being respectful of future walkers, pedestrians, and cyclists once it's officially open. So I'm just asking for some time of weeks and a few months of adjustment to the reconfiguration at the circle. And of our staff that have overseen this project, Mayor Horvath, I got to give a shout out from the engineering section, Manager Ed English, Senior Project Manager Paul McShane, and right on the ground Project Manager John Copperwaith for their outstanding oversight and insurance that any issues, large or small, are being accommodated for my constituents. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Nan, let's give it a try. Let's give it a whirl.
Okay, I think being in the WebEx app should be better.
Sounds better.
Okay, thank you, first of all, Mayor, as well as to the Ward 3 office team, Alex Weinberger, Alex McGilvery, Carrie Leclerc, and Jessica Baruso for holding down the fort with our Ward 3 residents, as well as working on the active files related to the ward for committee work over the past 2 weeks as I navigated the most unimaginable and tragic death of my 15-year-old nephew. Thank you also to my council colleagues for your words of love and support. It remains a very difficult time. So with that said, we've had to push back some of our meetings in the community. Our Ward 3 Town Hall, which was scheduled for later this month, will be taking place on February 27th. And it will be in a hybrid format and will take place from 6:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. at the Morelli Center, as well as our hard copy annual Ward 3 report will be delivered in February as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan, and I know that all of the members of this council and the staff of the City of Hamilton are with you in your very difficult grieving process. We are your supporters in terms of your grieving process, and anything you can, anything you need that you need to rely on us for, we're here for you. Okay, thanks so much. Many condolences to you and your family members. There aren't any further members of council wishing to speak, so I'm just going to add a few quick comments myself, unless there's somebody else that wishes to speak. I don't see anybody. All right. First and foremost, I'm really pleased that the conversation happened with a number of councillors around the Roma conference. You know that you have the support of this council, members who go to represent our city at the various provincial and federal bodies that because that provides a voice for this council and for the members of this community. I just wanted to note that there was a GIC delegation the other day, GIC budget, and it's important to note that the absence of a couple of members was because of the fact that they were at the Roma conference, as well as, of course, Councillor Nan, who's grappling with such a difficult situation. So just for information, I know there has been some comments that perhaps there was a light turnout, if you will, of councillors, but it's important to note that folks were in some really important places on behalf of council. Also, in terms of the Antidormi family's situation, I do want to, the ribbon cutting that Councillor Pauls represented me at yesterday, I was planning on attending, and unfortunately I wasn't able to. But Laurie Antidormi has done so much since the death of Zachary many years ago now to advocate publicly for resources for mental health. She overcame, well, I don't know if you ever overcome it, but she certainly took the grief that her and her family were experiencing and moved that into advocacy work, which is not an easy thing to do. And so I want to thank Councillor Pauls for representing me at that event. We've gone through now the Order of Hamilton presentations. Thank you to members of council who have participated in those events. The awards were represented at New Year's levees last week, held at the Glanbrook Municipal Service Centre, here at City Hall, at the Dundas Town Hall. And the award, as you know, honors the heart and soul of our community, individuals who give selflessly, inspire change, and contribute to building a stronger community, a stronger city. They truly do embody the values of our city, these recipients. And so thank you for your extremely important work for our city in a volunteer capacity. It was great to see councillors Tammy Wang, Maureen Wilson, Ted McMeekin, Greg Cassar, Jeff Beattie, and Mark Taddison. Thank you all for joining on those extremely happy events, right? Really happy events. It was quite lovely. In fact, at one of them, Councillor Clark, just to let you know, at the one in Glanbrook, we did have somebody come to talk to me about the GFL situation, giving me the heads up about exactly what you shared earlier in your remarks. I think it's important for us to acknowledge Zeke Fox and the heroism that he displayed. Last week, I had the opportunity to visit Cathedral High School with Police Chief Frank Bergen to recognize this extraordinary young man, Zeke Fox. Zeke's actions at Bayfront Park deserve to be acknowledged. When he saw a tent on fire and heard cries for help, he didn't hesitate. This 17-year-old young man rushed in and ultimately saved a man's life. And speaking with him afterwards, I have to say, I was so moved by his humility. He had ended up talking to a lot of different people, reporters and others, and he said, I can recall him saying to me, you know, I would have done it 10 times over. I would do it again, but not because people, you know, think it's great, and not because people call me a hero, because it's the right thing to do. That's what this young man said. He did really demonstrate amazing courage, remarkable character, and that commitment doing the right thing. His bravery and compassion is really remarkable. But it really does remind us what it's all about to be a good neighbor. And so happy that we were able to recognize him. Chillin' Dillon. Yes. People know Chillin' Dillon. number one sports fan in Hamilton. I was able to go visit Chillin Dillon because he had that snowplow named after him. He's also had a bit of a health setback, and so the contest, of course, is in good fun. Snow clearing is taken very seriously, however, in this city, and kudos to the great staff in Public Works that do that work for us and keep us all safe. Clearing 6,522 kilometers of roadway, 885 kilometers of sidewalks, 414 kilometers of on-street bike lanes, and 2,379 bus stops. Common House Cafe, I don't want to go on for too long, but Frank Calabria and Calabria's Catering are the first business to be animating that space, and thanks to the folks in economic development and the Business Development Center particularly for creating that opportunity. Black History Month, I'll be very quick, I know I'm over my time. Black History Month is launching January 31st, 12 to 2:30 at Hamilton Public Library Central Branch. Please join us. This year's theme, The Art of Community, is a collaborative effort between Black History Month Council, Black-led organizations, our city, and the library. So that's really fantastic. The event will feature the inspiring Roger and Kareem Ferreira. I'm not sure if folks know about this, but an amazing artists in our community exhibits will be there, and our Black History Month honorees. Last but not least, January 15th, 2025, marked the one-year anniversary of the city manager, Marnie Clucky's, joining of our city as our leader in the position of city manager. And so you know that Marnie's worked very hard over the last year. Strong leadership has been her way of doing things, very collaborative though, as well, unwavering commitment to the city's priorities and the council's priorities. So I just want to say congratulations, Marnie. Thank you for being part of this organization. Thank you for your positivity and the positive impact you continue to make. Here's to more years of shared success. Okay, so on that note, thank you all very much for the member statements, and I believe there's now probably the will to take a break before going into camera. Is that the case? I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying, Councillor Wilson.
My understanding is closed session is 4 items of minutes and 1 item, just putting that out there.
All right, well, if people want to just plow ahead, I'm fine with that. Can I get a sense? Continue on? I just worry that the staff are all here as well, so if folks are prepared to just continue on, I'm happy to do that, and if people need to go take a nature break or grab a quick bite, then certainly welcome to do so. Is that all right? Folks want to keep going? Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so then we're going to keep going. Private and confidential section of the agenda, we have closed session minutes, December 11th, 2024. May I have a motion to approve the closed session minutes of the December 11th, 2024 meetings as presented? Can we get a show of hands on that? It's not necessarily electronic. Okay, that carries. I'm sorry. Oh, a mover and seconder. A move by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Kassar. Thanks very much. And that was, there were no opposing votes. We have a motion to approve the closed session minutes of the planning, is that right? Yeah. Planning Committee, January 14th, 2025. General Issues Committee, January 15th, 2025. And Audit, Finance and Administration Committee, January 16th, 2025, as presented. Can I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Can we have a show of hands on those ones, please? All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none. That's great then. We're now going to move into closed session. May I please have a motion to move into closed session to consider item 12.5, respecting appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT 22-004759 for official plan amendment UHOPA 21-014 and zoning bylaw amendment applications ZAC 21-0131 for lands located at 405 James Street North, Ward 2, LS 23012E pursuant to Section 9.3, subsection E, F, K of this and K of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and Section 2392, subsection E, F, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to the litigation or potential litigation, including matters before the administrative tribunals affecting the city or a local board. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the city or a local board. We have an electronic vote required to go into camera. And we'll have that in front of us, please. We have a mover and a seconder already, if I'm not mistaken. Do we not? Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Mark Tattison. And we're on an electronic vote. And that carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion of the meeting when you see the members of council rejoin the meeting. Council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media a time to return. Thank you. We're back in public session. So what we will do is continue in open session with a motion to receive the report, approve the directions as amended to staff, and maintain the confidentiality of the report. That requires an electronic vote, and it's moved by Councillor Kretsch and seconded by Councillor Nan. So can we please have our votes? Electronic votes, please. Yes, please. Yeah, I don't know, it's not up on my screen. Thank you. Oh, sorry, that carries 16-0. Councillor Tattison, may I please have a motion on the bills?
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor A. Wilson, that the bills numbers 25-003 to numbers 25-015 be passed, and that the corporate seal be affixed thereto, and that the bylaws be numbered, be signed by the mayor and the city clerk to read as listed in the motion. May we have the vote?
Thanks very much. That's before us then, and we'll go to a vote on the bills, please. If there is no conversation, it doesn't look like there is one. Uh, 16-0, that carries. Thanks very much. And that means that the business has completed and we are now adjourned. We don't need a motion anymore to adjourn. Thank you all. It was a good meeting and appreciate